The truth and nothing but the truth, I am a god. 1. The truth and nothing but the truth, I am a god. 2. This book contains strong language and may offend some. You have been warned. The events in this book are real-life events. Take the lessons and look past the language. The truth and nothing but the truth, I am a god. 3. My name is Tiffany, but most call me beautiful. It's more spiritual than physical. Many know me from my YouTube channel at Best Kept Secret 510, where I show you the history of our system. You also get to see I was treated unfair by strangers, the system and those who I love. I continue to play my position, because I know and understand my position. I told many my vision and they laughed at me or told me I was crazy. I'm here to prove not only am I the age of majority, but my life has not been easy. Through it all I still came out on top while keeping my faith. I believe in my Father, God, and myself. I was victimized, but this is me not being a victim and taking my power back as we all should. The truth and nothing but the truth, I am a god. 4. Table of context. 1. The intro. 2. The beginning. 3. The start of my journey. 4. Lessons. 5. I have awakened. 6. I love me more. 7. The beginning to the end. 8. Trials and tribulations. 9. The end is here. The truth and nothing but the truth, I am a god. 5. The intro. This book is an autobiography of my journey. I take you through many life events. How I was able to get out of many situations. I show you the strength when you have faith in my Father. This is my truth and nothing but the truth. The truth and nothing but the truth, I am a god. 6. Chapter 1, The beginning. I want to tell my story so people can know who I am and what my purpose is. I want people to understand it doesn't matter where you've been, it's about where you want to go. Here is my story, my truth. I remember things from the age of 1 on up. My first near-death experience. My mother was at a friend's house and I was sitting under the table as they drank and played cards. I had some white ice cream earrings. I remember taking out my earring and popping it in my mouth. It was lodged in my throat and no one noticed what I was doing. I remember flailing around on the floor, then my mom picked me up and saved my life. Fast forward, we are staying with my favorite aunt. My mother had my baby sister and I remember putting her in a box to ship her off. My mom asked where her baby was and I took her to the box. I felt some type of way, because I was my mom's favorite child. Now I have a little sister and I was not having it. My mom was having some baby daddy drama, so we were moving from Oakland, California to Washington State. I remember being on the plane flying high in the clouds headed to my new life, excited, wondering what was going to happen. My mother had a sister that lived out there that we were going to stay with, but it really didn't work out that well, so then things turned bad. I remember living here and there. Staying in homeless shelters, motel rooms. Finally my mother had got her own place. We had our own place and we were nice and secure. I am 3 now and my baby sister is 8 months. We stayed not too far from her sister, maybe about 4 or 5 blocks, but not too far. My mother used to leave us in the house by ourselves, so I was in charge of taking care of me and my sister. My mother taught me how to make eggs, cheese toast, my sister's bottle, and I had a little stool I would use to feed us. I could also run our bath water, because we stayed clean. I was advanced for my age and very independent. Sometimes my mom would need stuff, so she would allow me to walk to my aunt's house. When I got there, my aunt would question me why I was walking down there alone. I remember thinking, because I can and I am not letting anyone take me. Once again, I was a little lady who was very independent. So she would fuss and get us what we needed and drive me back to the house. My mom was on drugs even though she tried to hide it. I was far from dumb. So if she wasn't leaving us alone, sometimes she used to bring men over and do grown-up things. To make sure she got her drugs and we had food and whatever else we needed. The truth and nothing but the truth, I am a god. 7. She was talking to this military guy that stayed on Fort Lewis base. She left us there alone with the man and he woke me up, taking my sister out of my arms. I knew something bad was about to happen. He took her in the room and closed the door. So I got up and burst into the room. He was touching her inappropriately. He pushed me out of the room and locked the door. I tried to get in, but I couldn't. When he was done, he brought her back to me like nothing happened. When my mom got back, I told her what happened and they started to fight. He left and my mom put her on top of this speaker we had, and when she opened her diaper it was full of blood. I remember riding in the ambulance to the hospital with my mom, feeling like it was my fault I couldn't protect her. I would carry this burden for many years to come. Once we got to the hospital, I remember doctors and the police asking me who was this man that hurt my sister. I didn't know his name. I couldn't help her or them like I wanted to. I remember them taking me on the top of the roof where the helicopter was taking my sister to another hospital to help her. After that, I remember riding in a car. Riding down a long dark road for what seems like forever. Wondering, is my sister okay and where is my mom? Why is she not with me? I was placed in foster care. I remember moving around to different homes. It was one house I remember. The lady was so mean to me and this little white girl that was there. It was an older black couple. I got in trouble because I had to go to the bathroom. Someone was in the bathroom. So I went to the broken toilet, because I was a big girl, I wasn't about to pee on myself. The lady's husband stuck up for me. He was so nice and not in a funny way. So eventually I went to my foster mom, Ms. J, where my baby sister was at. The joy I felt seeing my sister, because she was my baby. There were also 2 teenage girls staying there too. Long story short, the sisters used to touch me and make me touch them. I hated being around them. I also would get upset, because when my sister cried I knew she needed a bottle or needed to be changed. The lady would not let me take care of my sister and it made me very upset. She would constantly tell me to go play. I didn't want to play, I had responsibilities. My aunt used to come visit us to check up on us. She and Ms. J became friends. They both would tell me to go play, and honestly I was sick of them bossing me around, because I want to take care of my sister. They had to teach me how to be a kid, because I was so independent. Not your average child. The truth and nothing but the truth, I am a god. 8. So eventually we moved in with my aunt and my 2 cousins. I remember sitting under the table while they played cards. I would grab a can, which I know now was beer, and be doing my thing. I thought it was apple juice, and every chance I got I was drinking me some apple juice. I used to sit in front of a mirror, comb my hair into a mohawk and eventually pass out. One day I got some apple juice which was beer and passed out in front of the mirror. They thought the mirror fell on me, so they rushed me to the hospital. I got questioned by the white people like I was being abused. I kept explaining to them I love apple juice and no one gave me the apple juice. I used to get it myself. I was drunk and passed out. Now they know where their beer was going when they played cards. Now life is lifing and everything is going well. Then one day my cousin came and got me into his room. He had me suck his dick and was kissing me. I spit in his mouth and he hit me and told me don't do that. Then I had to suck his dick again. He only did it one time, but no one knew, nor did I tell on him. Now it's time to go to school. I'm in preschool learning new things. I love school and my new friends. One day at school we were having burritos and I was choking on the burrito, which my teacher helped me throw up. Almost died again from choking, but I am still here. Fast forward. I am in kindergarten and we had an assignment to share with the class. My aunt made this board and she taped a bunch of her pills to the board to let people know my mom was on drugs. The teacher at school called her and told her she could not use real pills on the board. I was so embarrassed and mad. She was trying to talk bad about my mom. Like, how could she do me like that? I may be in kindergarten, but I'm far from slow. I knew she was being spiteful towards my mom. Fast forward. We moved to a new house in a nice neighborhood. I'm going to a new school one day. I woke up and thought I was late for school. I got myself ready and left for school. When I got to school no one was there. I waited and a teacher asked me why I was up there alone. She called my aunt. She came and got me. She was upset, saying I ran away. She checked to see if anyone touched me. She got on me about crossing the busy streets. Once again in my mind. I'm like, I am good. I am a little lady just going to school. Fast forward. My mom is coming to the welfare office to visit me and my baby sister. She told me she would come get my sister and I one day. She said she was working hard. So I used to pack a bag and sit at the window every day until I was 12. When I realized she wasn't coming to get me. My aunt used to tell me she wasn't coming to get me. I didn't care what she said. I loved my mother. My aunt used to talk so bad about my mother. She wanted me to call her mom. I knew who my mother was. Regardless, she would always be my mom. My baby sister would call her mom, because she was too young to remember our mom. The truth and nothing but the truth. I am a god. 9. My aunt was physically and verbally abusive. One time we were playing with fire. We set our bunk beds on fire, and she found out. She beat us like slaves with an extension cord. We were removed from the home and placed in foster care. Eventually getting put back in the home after therapy. My cousins ended up moving out. My aunt mom married this man from Honduras. He started touching me inappropriately. It was getting worse by the day. He started trying to stick his fingers inside of me. To the point, I would be sore, and have blood on my panties. I finally got the courage to tell her. She asked me if I was sure. Was I dreaming or something? She acted like she did not believe me, and that really hurt me. He was still living in the house, sneaking into my room, and touching me. He started pulling his penis out. Sliding his penis in my pants, rubbing on my private parts. He was mad. I told on him. It wasn't until she found out he was cheating on her. He had a whole family, then she decided to kick him out. One day while going into her room, I found a doll with pins in it. I knew it was a voodoo doll. She was into evil stuff. He found the doll one day. He was so sick. I knew magic was real, because he had a witch doctor come to the house. He told her things about her life she never told anyone. She was in tears and I was curious. Nevertheless, he got all his stuff out of the house and was gone. I finally felt somewhat safe. I still had to deal with her abusive ways. She was verbally, mentally, and physically abusive. It was always favoritism and everybody saw it. She told me one time. She hoped I die, so she could burn my body. Take my ashes, and spread them at the front door of my school. So the kids could walk on me. She said, I was nothing and was never going to be nothing. Just like my mother. I was going to be a crackhead whore. My mom was still coming around. We had a new baby sister. My mom still making promises of coming to get us. I was old enough to know that wasn't happening. Still, I loved my mom, and that would never change. My favorite cousin ended up dying. What was crazy, before he passed, I had dreams of someone in a hospital bed, but couldn't see the face. I had a dream about the funeral. I freaked out my Aunt M, because before she could speak, I told her what she was about to say. I told her I had a dream of this. I continue to have dreams and communicate with the dead. I always had dreams since a young girl. Of things that would happen, or people who passed come to me in my dreams. Which I stopped telling people, because they viewed me as weird. Growing up, we stayed in the church. We studied with the Seventh-day Adventist, Jehovah's Witness, Baptist, etc. Church was a big thing. I actually loved going to our church group called the Pathfinders. We used to go on outings. We also would have our Canada retreat every year. I took up coin collection, bird watching, archery, rock and stone collecting, pottery, etc. I was the truth and nothing but the truth. I am a god. 10. Trained as a survivalist. I could set a fire with no matches, on top of building a shelter. My pastor loved me because everything I did I was the best. We used to learn military marching drills. I was always shy, but great at what I did as a fast learner. I also love capturing the flag. Let me tell you, I always got the flag. I would camouflage myself with dirt, sticks, leaves like it was serious. I was always an overachiever, but still never good enough no matter how much I tried to show my aunt. We also were in this mentorship program, where we would go to Puget Sound College and chill with our mentors. We were always in or doing something to keep us busy. I do remember a lot of good times due to our activities. Years go by and now I'm getting some weight on me. Which my aunt used to tell me how fat I was. I wasn't raised to disrespect my elders. I start running away. I was tired of her bullshit. I wasn't feeling school, because I was a sheltered kid. We stayed 2 blocks from the mall. I couldn't go with friends. I barely made it past middle school. I had to take summer classes in order to go to high school. I was cool with the popular kids, especially the most popular girl in school. But because I didn't wear name brand clothes, I never fit in. Plus I was super proper, so the black kids viewed me as a white girl. I hung out with the weird kids, but we used to smoke weed, skip school, and we were lit. I used to skip school so much. I was good at forging my aunt's name. I never got caught, even though they did call me to the principal's office and we had a meeting. High school was rough, because of problems at home, and I wasn't feeling school. It was okay, I had friends, but just wasn't my scene. I stayed in school for 6 months. In between that I went to juvie. I was running away. I didn't want to go back home. I went to a group home. Finally I went back home, but it was like hell. The only good thing is my aunt had a boyfriend who was so cool with me. He got on me, because I was smoking cigarettes in the house instead of taking my dumbass outside. He got on me about doing better. He used to set his cigarettes down and walk away. He also had my back when I was right. He was really like my first father figure. He was pissed when she called the police on me and had me put in juvie. Well, I had a therapist, Ms. B, and what she told me was that I was an idiot. I keep getting caught running away. Which I was chilling around military guys who were 18. I learned about them down south boys. They were wild and fun. I wasn't into sex yet. I met a guy named Prince and he took my virginity, but not in a good way. He raped me vaginally and anally. I was screaming for help. It was some guys standing outside the door, cheering him on, and laughing how it smelled like shit. The truth and nothing but the truth, I am a god. 11. All my friends at school knew I was a masturbator. I was 16, still playing with Barbie dolls. I kissed and grinded on guys, but wasn't into sex. Once again, more abuse. A moment that should have been special was a nightmare. Moving on, my therapist told me if I don't want to get caught, if it was her, she would run away out of state. I did just that. You can't tell me shit like that. I take things literally. Back at the house, my baby sister and aunt were being mean to me. She bought my sister some new clothes and put a lock on her door. I was like, I'm cool, I'm out. I know I'm not wanted and didn't feel loved anymore. I ended up meeting this lady who was going down south to pick up her husband who was in the military. She said she had a friend for me, so I was cool. We packed up and headed to South Carolina. Chapter 2: The start of my journey. Once there, I started to venture out. I met some friends and was having a great time. The guy the first was supposed to hook up with was not attractive and way older than me. I found a little boyfriend. I lied and told my friend I had family down there. I was going to stay. I stayed and ended up getting my heart broken. He broke up with me. I had no money, no food, no place to go. I was homeless and just trying to find and make it. I used to sleep in Sunset Park, which I met this homeless guy who lost his family because of drugs. No one knew I was homeless, but he called it. He told me to use what I got. He told me he doesn't mean my body. I'm a smart girl, so figure it out. So I did just that. I would get food from the people I hung with. I used to meet dope boys, prostitutes, murderers, robbers, etc. There was a hotel called Park Avenue. The owner, Mr. H, used to see me around. He gave me a room and a job. I used to clean rooms for him. That gave me some shelter. I met this guy from New York. He was on the run for murder. We were really close and he taught me about selling dope. One day he never showed back up. I figured he must have gotten caught. I'm doing my thing and I met these two guys. I let them chill in my room. We were smoking, chilling, and having a good time. I went to clean some rooms. While cleaning the rooms, the feds are up there, looking for two guys for murder and robbery. When they showed me the picture, my heart dropped. I showed no emotion. I went back to cleaning and once done I went to my room. The feds were still around. I told the guys they can't leave, because the boys are looking for them. They offered me money, and I turned it down. I told them they had to leave. They did just that when the coast was clear. The truth and nothing but the truth, I am a god. 12. One day Mr. H's nasty ass was trying to fuck me. I was over it. I left and was back on the street, but I had a hustle. I knew how to sell dope. I started with a dime and flipped. I stayed here and there and in dope houses. I kept money just doing my thing. Then along the way I start shaking these buns to get funds. I met this guy and he moved me in with his cousin. He turned out to be a bum and she kicked him out. I was able to stay and we were cool. We had some good times, I was family. I wasn't selling dope, just kind of living life. I eventually had a new boyfriend that caught me cheating with my ex. My boyfriend was a dope boy and he was not cute to me. They didn't want me with this other guy the first liked. So I cheated with my broke ex and got caught. Now my boyfriend has one little arm. We were fighting in the kitchen while my ex was in the room and sis was watching it go down. He ends up running up on me. He close-lined me with that little arm. I flipped over the table. We finally got him out of the house. Before he left he jumped up and hit me in the head with that little arm. It was really a tap. The police were called. They kept asking me if he hit me. I said no. They asked me again if he hit me. I say no. Then they asked me again and I said yes. He ended up going to jail. I'm still messing with my ex and he is still a bum. The lights end up getting turned off. Sis was a diabetic, so we ended up going to her sister's house. We stayed there for a while. Until she came up with the money to get the lights turned on. Her bills are getting behind, because the dude she was with was living off her. I felt bad, because I wasn't paying rent and she needed help. I was chilling with my homegirl who was a crackhead and prostitute. She was hella cool, and had my back so I thought. She took me to this house by the railroad tracks and left me. Everyone was in the house chilling, having a good time. One of the dudes told me I know what time it was. I didn't understand what he was saying. So he made it loud and clear. He said it was time to fuck. I flipped out on him and told him I'm from Cali and it ain't going down like that. He liked how I stood up for myself. He said we were cool, and I can hang out. I don't have to sleep with anyone. I ended up liking and fucking his friend. I spent 2 days over there. They showed me guns, dope and money. Even though I really had a good time, especially with his friend. I still felt a type of way. Plus my sis needed money for rent. It was New Year's Eve and I took mostly all their money. I was literally running down the street dropping money. I ran all the way home. I blessed her and everyone in the house. She saw how much money I had and ran her mouth. So I gave everyone hush money. Come to find out the chicks knew the dudes I robbed. They said these niggas going to kill you. The truth and nothing but the truth, I am a god. 13. I knew these broads were going to snitch me out. So I stayed on the move coming and going. Females hated on me. I was beautiful, proper, and a body only God can bless you with. Not to mention super smart. God is good, because they came to the house but I was not there. I was told they came knocking on the door and went to the trunk. Sis said I don't stay there. She hadn't seen me in forever and they believed her. So by now I'm selling dope. Doing my thing, staying here and there, just living life. Let me tell you one time. I was with a friend and we got some weed. It was garbage. His sister had some weed, but when I hit it, I knew something was wrong. My lips got numb and this high felt different. We were in rotation, and the weed kept being passed around. I would pass their nasty blunt and hit our blunt. By the time I got home and walked up the stairs, I did a Elvis Presley move and sang You Ain't Nothing But a Hound Dog. I walked in the door knowing I was so high. The room was spinning, rather I had my eyes closed or open. I eventually passed out. When I woke up I went to pay my partner a visit. He told me his sister smokes woozer aka Grimmies, which is powder or crack mixed in the weed. He claims that he told me, which was a damn lie. I only smoked weed or tooted powder. I never combined the both. So I fucked him up in his house, but also lesson learned. If I don't see you roll it I ain't token it. I also learned to always keep money on me. I was put in positions where I'm chilling with a guy. If I wasn't fucking they would leave me stranded. I was staying at the dope house with this guy that smokes dope. He was like a father figure. He was Muslim but instead of calling him Allah, we called him Outlaw. I always knew I was good though. I had my boys around me. I could come whenever I needed a place to stay. Plus serve people as I make money. So one day I was chilling with a partner and his friend. They took me to this house with this disabled man and they raped me. The man tried to help me, but he had no legs. Once they were done I ran. They picked me up apologizing. They took me to the dope house. I went inside, went straight to the bathroom and broke down. My partners knew something happened and were trying to check on me. I got myself together and told them I was okay. Even though they knew I wasn't. Later on that day the dude comes to the dope spot and falls asleep. I went to get this big barbecue fork and was going to stab old boy. They stopped me just in time. He got up apologizing and quickly left. So time goes by and I meet Ray. My homegirl and I had got robbed. She fronted like we had money and some niggas robbed us. I meet Ray at this club and explained what happened. He the truth and nothing but the truth, I am a god. 14. Took his gun out and popped one in the air. He was a Crip, not only a Crip, but a boss well known and respected. Not to mention he was fine, fucking gorgeous. We went to his spot and vibed out. We did the nasty all over that house. Afterwards he looked me in my eyes and made me promise. If anything ever happened to him, I would find a man that would treat me good. Because I deserved it. I made him that promise. For some reason I could not find his number, or even remember his number. I had to go find my man. So me and my homegirl made it to the other side of town. I ran into his partner who was throwing a party. When I asked where my man was they said the party was for him. I'm like, okay, where is he? Then they told me he was dead. I instantly lost it once again. I found someone that cares about me, protects me, and I lose him. It was like a never-ending story for me. I felt alone in this world just looking to be loved. One day I go to the spot and outlaw is being so mean to me. He told me I couldn't stay there anymore. I couldn't understand what I did wrong. I clean, give him money, dope, and I am very respectful. I cried but left just not understanding what I did wrong. A few days later I'm walking to go see my partner. I see hella police at Outlaw's house taking my partners out in cuffs. Then it hit me that he was only protecting me. So life goes on. I met this new guy and we vibed well. Where he lives the dudes I robbed had a dope house and were still looking for me. So I used to take the back way to go see my man. I told my boyfriend I robbed them and he didn't believe me. One night I went chilling with my brother-in-law. He smokes dope, but we are family. I'm thinking it's good he won't put me in harm's way. I was wrong. He took me to this guy's house. We were chilling doing powder and drinking. He left me and dude tried to rape me. I was fighting for my life tearing his house up. People heard what was going on. I eventually got to the door. My brother-in-law just pulled up. Dude threw my shoes outside and cussed me out. While people watched. I was drunk and high. I just wanted to get away. My partner was in the crowd and I remember him putting me in the car as I'm hysterical in tears. I passed out and woke up in a room. My partner took care of me. So I got myself together and went to my boyfriend's house and told him what happened. He told me I should have never kicked it with his brother. Being he was a crackhead. All he cared about was crack. Point taken. So life is lifing. I'm selling dope, dancing, still robbing people, just doing me. I used to terrorize the guys in the hood. I had been robbed, beat up, and raped. I was tired of being mistreated. I was the truth and nothing but the truth, I am a god. 15. Wild and reckless, I didn't care. I felt they were slower. I was a real city girl not taking people's shit no more. Now I didn't just rob random people. I only robbed people that did me wrong. For example, if I'm going to buy my product. Most guys, instead of wanting to do business, they wanted to sleep with me. I just wanted what I was paying for. Nothing more, nothing less. I also used to tell the people I was going to rob them. No one believed me until the damage was done. I always told people what I was going to do to them, before I did it. People never took me seriously and always underestimated me. To this day I'm the same way. Friends of mine told me to stop telling people what I was going to do to them. I told them I tell people so they have an opportunity to protect themselves. Plus in a sick way. I get a rush out of it. I know what I'm capable of. Reason I say it's not what people think you are capable of. It's what you know you're capable of. They called me Hoover and Dragon. I was really introduced to powder going into the studio with friends. They wouldn't get or let me do powder. They said I was too pretty. At the time I didn't understand. I was around women who had money. Was beautiful, so what's so special about me? I never fit in the hood. I have always been different. Even though I didn't finish school, I was still book smarts and getting street smart. So I ended up meeting my twin. We favored each other. She was chocolate and beautiful. She was a Geechee, aka Gully from Charleston. People thought I was a Geechee too. The reason me and her got so cool. I also ended up meeting this white girl. She just got out of prison and was super cool. My mother did tell me down the line my father was native and Creole. We all rolled together doing our thing. We were known as gun-toting hotheads. Grown men were afraid of our little crew. Especially me, from all the people I robbed. I used to unmask or brag about robbing their ass. No one would touch me because they felt I was just that crazy. So I ended up meeting my husband. I thought he was super cute. He said very little. His partner was talking to me while my future husband was doing his thing. We parted ways. I'm just doing me, hustling, getting money, and living life. I looked out for many people thinking they were my friends. Truth be told, they were only around me because I get money and look out for my people. I stayed with money, but I'm still living here and there. I considered myself the hood Robin Hood. So one day I served one of my regulars and told him, please have my money. I used to give people the option to pay me, or if you can't, just be honest and ask for free dope. If I can, all bless you. He assured me he would pay me. So I'm in the bathroom with my partner's cousin when I hear a familiar voice. The truth and nothing but the truth, I am a god. 16. After I finish tooting, I come out of the bathroom and ask my partner who that was. He told me, "Oh boy. Son owes you money, right?" I'm like, yeah, he has been dodging me. I'm high and drunk off Purple Mad Dog 2020. I had a reversed Adidas jacket that was black and white. When you reverse, it was all black. My partner had a metal bat. I took the bat and slid it in my right jacket arm and told them I'll be right back. I walked to his house and knocked on the door. He let me in the room and it was smoky. He was tweaking. So I asked if he had my money. He could barely talk, but said he was broke. I politely turned around and locked the door. I turned back around and told him he must think I'm a pussy bitch he can play with. I slid that bat out of my right sleeve so smoothly and started beating his ass. While I beat his ass, I told him I want my money. I will keep beating his ass every time I see him. After I felt satisfied, I politely left. Went back to the room with my partner to drink and toot more powder and chill. He went around telling people he was doing yard work and a tree fell on him. Everybody knew I was the one that fell on him. I was that tree. One day I ran into my future husband. I had a lick online that I needed help with. I had a white homegirl that let me stay with her and her dude. He had Coke and Coca-Cola cans and I was going to rob him. We were headed to the house to go rob them. Then he said something that made me change my mind. We ended up parting ways. We end up seeing each other many times. He told me he would see me on one side of town and then when he went to the other side of town there I would be. I still had a boyfriend, so we were just cool. One day I walked to my boyfriend's house taking the back way while still ducking the dudes I robbed. So I thought. I get to my dude's house and the dude I really liked that I robbed catches up to me. He said he knew who I was even though I tried to lie. I used to change my look up so much I used to rob the same guys. He said he really liked me and was going to move his girl out and move me into his penthouse. He knew it was me, because of my crooked tooth. He said I was a dirty bitch for doing them like that and they all really liked me. He rode off on the bike and I knew he was going to go get his partner. So my dude came out of the house and it was this big hill we started walking up. When I looked back I saw they were running trying to catch up to us. I could have ran, but I always accept my consequences. I looked over at my dude and told him. I might get shot, I'm not sure, but dudes I robbed are coming. He didn't believe me or was paying attention to our surroundings. The truth and nothing but the truth, I am a god. 17. They caught up to us. There were 3 of them. Dude that liked me, the one I robbed, and their other partner on the bike. who kept his hand ready to pull the gun out and shoot me. So the dude confronted me and I explained why I did it. He really didn't want to hit me, but he had to show his boys he wasn't playing. He slapped me 3 times and tried to pull me to the ground in a headlock. I was not falling on that ground. He cussed me out and they cut. I was mad at my dude because he didn't help me. I knew then this nigga was a sucker. I liked that he went to juvie at the time so I felt safe. He was 18 and had done a few years. Come to find out he went to juvie for setting a white girl's hair on fire over some Reese cups. So I'm doing me and I run into my future husband. He knew I had a boyfriend. I knew I was done with my boyfriend after that incident. So I ended up hooking up with my future husband and I was so hooked on him. He was a boss and running shit. We vibed so well. We shared some great laughs. He matched my goofiness. We were chilling at one of his spots and I told him I was serious about fucking with him. I really wanted to be his girl. I called up my boyfriend and broke it off with him. He called me a heartbreaker, but respected that I broke it off with my boyfriend. Now I'm in a new relationship not knowing he is going to toughen me up. He started being abusive towards me. Main reason, because he was an alcoholic. He would get so drunk, beat people up, and terrorize people. One time he broke this dude's jaw, because the dude asked him to leave his house and put his hands on his shoulder. He shouldn't have done that. Everybody scattered and was scared he was so drunk and only I could calm him down. I got his drunk ass to calm down and we were walking to the park so he could sober up. On the way there a bunch of the guys in the neighborhood seen he was fucked up and was about to try his ass. But I wouldn't allow it. Luckily they had respect for me or were scared of me so he got a pass. He was so fucked up that was their opportunity to off his ass. As I stated I wasn't going out like no sucker. They had to go through me first and no one tried. We got to the park and I got him snacks and water trying to sober him up, not leaving his side. Come to find out I know his brother who was my little partner. After he found out it was like he didn't like me anymore. Now that I'm talking to his brother. It doesn't matter to me, because I genuinely liked his brother. One day I go to the spot and he tells me this guy asked him if he fucked me. So he said yes, and asked the guy why. The guy said, because she will act like she is going to fuck you then rob you. So he told me if I ever robbed him he would do me something not so nice. The truth and nothing but the truth, I am a god. 18. Which I felt his energy and knew he wasn't to be played with. So while staying in the trap house he said he wanted all of me. We were getting down and things got serious. He ended up snatching my ponytail off and threw it. We tried some freaky shit. It didn't turn out right. We laughed about it and had good times as our bond got closer. We go to his partner's house and we are both goofy. So we were having a funny friendly argument and he called me shitty. Supposed to be a inside joke. I told him I said do not enter and his partner and partner's sister were like wait what's going on here. We all shared a good laugh. We used to go to his partners all the time. They were really close and used to try to sneak to the strip club like I was slow. I busted his ass out and told them I'm not slow and knew what they were doing. Another good laugh, because I was not insecure in my relationship. One day we got a call and his partner had a bad car accident which his truck flipped over, threw him out the truck and landed on him. It was a sad day for all of us. He lost his best friend. I saw the hurt in his eyes. We were staying at this spot and his partner stole the guy's TV, so the guy kicked us out. He was pissed. So we went to do a pop-up. We got to his partner's house and we broke into the house. We waited for him to get there and made ourselves at home. When his friend came he was shocked we were in his spot, but I also saw the fear in his eyes. He knew he fucked up. I end up tying him up and when I say tying him up I wasn't fucking around. When my husband came into the room it was like a maze. I had old boy tied up to every part of the room. He was impressed. So we took the TV and some food and left. I was mad, because he had this adorable puppy. He said I had to leave the puppy. I was also known for stealing people's animals that were not being treated well and finding them homes. Anyways we tried taking the TV back to its rightful owner, but the damage was done. So we stayed here and there. Sometimes staying in abandoned apartments. I didn't care as long as I had him. It was all that mattered. So we were staying with his dyke friend and she didn't like me. He left to go see his son and she had one of my partners over whom I knew. She got mad because she tried to sell me to my partner for dope. So when my husband got back she told him some bullshit and he beat my ass. He kicked me out the house naked. When he pushed me out the house I hit the wall and slit the side of my mouth. Also when he hit me I felt my jaw dislocate. My jaw used to pop years after that. I finally got in the house. Mr. S was a good friend even though he was a smoker. He got on him for hitting me. He felt bad and let me stay. Old boy stuck up for me. Told him I'm a good woman. People are haters, so stop listening to people. I was pregnant, but the pregnancy didn't last. The truth and nothing but the truth, I am a god. 19. Funny thing is his friend was so-called blind. He used to ride through this park that had hella trees. He never hit one damn tree riding that bike. Even though my husband did what he did. He used to give back to the community. He would buy clothes and stuff for the kids. Being the people he dealt with would bring him plenty of money. I really admire that about him. Even though I did what I did. I used to give money away and look out for whoever. I saw the good in him. No matter how bad he was looked upon or what he did. He could do no wrong in my eyes. I knew we had a mission together and we were powerful. We used to be Pinky and the Brain. Every day we would get up and repeat the same words every day. We were going to take over the world. People always said we should be millionaires. We are so intelligent. We may not have had much, but we were a power couple, a real Bonnie and Clyde. He taught me so much about the principles of the streets. I hung around old school so I already looked at the principle in life. I was always told I have an old soul. He also taught me about Kemet and told me about his bloodline. He was teaching me so much. We had a connection that was unworldly. We could look at each other and literally read each other's minds. He and I knew when each other was off balance. We moved as one. Like he said, it was always you and I. We stayed with my gay friend who played straight and liked my husband. My so-called friend started talking shit about me to my husband. He got mad and was drunk and beat my ass, because of some lotion. I did use it in my hair and I used most of it. The police came and I played it off like I was okay and someone jumped me elsewhere. The police and all the spectators knew he beat my ass. But because I wouldn't press charges they left. He was being so mean to me. So I got drunk and left the house. He already told me it was a hit out on my life. The dude I robbed that confronted me got shot 5 times. Because of my reputation people thought I had something to do with it. They always thought I was from New York and it was some people from New York that shot him. I really had nothing to do with it. So I was walking down the street crying and this car pulled up. I recognized the guy in the car who looked like my partner from Florida. So I got in the car. It was dark and raining. We headed to Eastover, which is the deep country. Nothing but woods and houses miles from each other. We get to the other side of town and the sun is out and shining bright. It's hot outside and crazy how the weather changes. Dude goes into the gas station to get some cigarettes. My partner, I thought I was in the car with, pulls up next to me. I don't even see how he saw me in the car. The truth and nothing but the truth, I am a god. 20. I told him I thought I was in the car with him. He is like, what the fuck are you talking about? Get your drunk ass in the car. Dude is walking out the store. He walked up and they looked like twins. I get in the car with my friend and they take me back to the house. I'm still so confused. Like a week later I was walking past dude's house I robbed. That same car was parked out front. I realized it was the hitman. He was about to kill me. God is so good, because once again he protected me. I promised God I would no more terrorize or rob them. Plus my husband helped me kick the powder habit. As I helped him heal from alcohol addiction. Don't get it twisted either. I wasn't doing powder and robbing people, because of a habit. I was robbing people before I got on powder. Powder just enhanced the beast that was already in me, terrorizing them people. Plus I had good shit, only the best. As a woman the connection and networking is beautiful if you have brains. I was getting shit off the boat. I was beautiful and very business oriented. So one night I had this dream. I am on a bus with my husband going to this house in Hollywood Hills. I used to stay out there, but I am not sure about the neighborhood. I get to the house and we are chilling at the house which is ours. So I walk in the bathroom and I see my partner running dirty bath water. I get scared and panic as I run out the bathroom. Then I hear my husband running and the feds telling him to stop running. I start running through the house from the feds asking them to please not take my baby. They catch us and I wake up. I tell him about the dream wondering what it means. Months later I would find out. His mom had got a new house and he was welcome to come home. His mother and brother didn't like me, thinking I wanted him, because of his money. I wasn't and never been that type of girl. I loved him and only wanted his love. I don't care about money, I could get my own money. My partners didn't want us together, because they felt like I fell off since dealing with him. Plus he was not well liked, more so feared. It wasn't until I cleaned the whole house when his mother started liking me. Which one time he left to go see his baby mama. Which I did meet her. Moms took me to the bootleg house and we got fucked up and was chilling. I walked to the store to get some snacks and came back. Mom threw this dude out the window. Mom was soft-spoken, but nothing to play with. She was a real gangster and CO for a prison. She had this gold 45 or 9 that was so beautiful. She ended up meeting this guy that was cool at the bootleg house, and he and his friend came over to the house. I was scared shitless like mom is going to get us in trouble. Dude and I sat in the car and smoked while mom and her friend sat on the porch and chilled. Dude had a girl and felt he was the truth and nothing but the truth. I am a god. 21. Going to get in trouble. We laughed, because we were both spooked like if my dude showed up it's about to be Michael Jackson bad. Luckily for all of us he didn't show up. It was innocent fun, no harm. We had a dog named Lucky. She was a chow, but looked like a fox. She would sit in the middle of the street and wouldn't let cars or people come down our street. She had 3 puppies. Spooky, which was actually crazy. Then it was Pork and Bean. She was a fat fluffy baby. We also had the boy Solo, who looked like a Rottweiler and loved being in dark places alone. Lucky ran the neighborhood and all the other dogs knew it. One day Lucky never showed back up. Mom met this guy that made her happy so she wasn't home like that. His brother would come and go as he pleased. Life was good until his baby mama took all his money out of his account. Shit became a struggle. We used to go to the store and he would steal food for us to eat. One time he was stealing and he caught this old lady stealing. They started stealing together. Hecka funny, we had plenty of food though. Then on the way home we would go to this gas station. I stole our cigarettes. I did it right in front of the clerk. Once again he was impressed. We worked together as a team. He was still drinking and it was killing him. I hated how he was hurting. He told me his life story and it hurt me. He was young and shot by grown men. Because he should and could have been a professional basketball player or even a boxer. I also saw his hurtful relationship with his mother. He cried in my arms one night. I wanted to take all his pain away. Let him know I will always be loyal to him and his peace for life. No one or nothing could take our bond away. The love and loyalty I had for him. He was my other half. I had him kick alcohol and his farts used to be vicious. Alcohol was killing him, his eyes told it all. Shit got so bad we had to get it how we lived. We ended up getting locked up for bank robbery, made front page news. And was on TV. I felt gangster like I was the shit. What I learned was a hard lesson. Anything you say and do will go against in a court of law. They told him and gave him a typed up statement using my words against us. He was hurt, but I never wrote or signed a statement. They told me he was going to kill me. They didn't want me, they really wanted him. I cried all the time. Super dramatic, facing 25 to life. I was so scared. Since I cried a lot, the police and marshals used to tell me everything. I would tell my husband. Of course they would get mad, but oh well. They should stop telling me stuff, which they didn't. One time headed to court, there was this pastor that was riding with us. The truth and nothing but the truth, I am a god. 22. The marshal I called Spanky and he called me Blackie, told me to leave that man alone. I was drilling this man like I really had a right to. I told the man I felt he was lying and he stole that money from the church. I could see in that man's soul he was guilty. I told him to his face he was guilty. I told Spanky I knew that man was guilty and that nobody could change my mind. Come to find out, Spanky told me he signed a plea deal to do 1 year in prison and a year on probation. Spanky said I was right, he was guilty. Spanky said the bad thing after he does that full year on probation and gets off, that money will be his, because all he has to do is pay a minimum of $25 in restitution. Then the millions he stole would be his. I told Spanky I knew what I was talking about. I brought up the dream to my husband I had previously months ago. We were in the house in Hollywood Hills, and come to find out my partner that was running the dirty water in my dream. He starts lacing the weed with crack and powder. I usually smoke with him without watching him roll. The dirty water meant he would have drowned me since he was now on real drugs. Of course the feds came and got us. God was revealing to me I was going to prison. As I stated, he always showed me things or allowed me to communicate with people through dreams. We stayed in Hollywood Hills, a block over from my old neighborhood. I didn't recognize the neighborhood, but knew where I was. My husband said that's crazy. I told him God has shown me stuff through my dreams ever since I was young. I used to tell him about my dreams all the time and shit would come to fruition. Long story short, my public defender wasn't shit. He used to ask me if I could read, because I told them I only finished 8th grade, which was true. He brought me my plea deal and once again asked me if I could read. I lied and told him no. He got on me telling me I don't have to be ashamed. He read me the plea deal and said if I sign I will get 3 years probation. He told me do not let anyone see my plea deal. Once he is done, I take the plea deal to my room and read it. It doesn't say anywhere in the plea deal I will get 3 years. Instead it says they will argue for me not to get the maximum amount. He was trying to fuck me over. I didn't know to fire him, plus I technically was a minor, only 16. But made up a story of having a twin and she and my parents died in a car accident. My name was Anastasia. The reason I picked that name. She was a princess, and I always thought highly of myself. Regardless of being abused and the things I went through. I told them I was 21 and my husband didn't know my real identity either. The truth and nothing but the truth, I am a god. 23. While going to court we used to sing to each other and do duets. One time a marshal came to the back and asked who this beautiful woman was with a beautiful voice and a filthy mouth. I owned it and proudly told him it's me. People loved to hear me sing. My voice was so strong and pure. Even though I had a filthy mouth, I was well-mannered and polite, very respectful to people. I told my husband we need to ask for a severance. We went to trial and we asked for a severance, which would only allow them to use the evidence they had on us as individuals. They refused to give us a severance. They stated then they would have no case on us. The tapes from the bank didn't show anything and there really weren't any good witnesses. All they had was the statement they typed up with no signature. Plus, as his wife they could not make me testify against him. I told them we were married, which was common law marriage, nothing through the courts. He asked me and was shocked to know I told them we were married. I knew they were going to ask me to testify, so I did what I did. I told him I did everything for a reason. I got him. The feds were going to lose the case. So they kept us together. During the trial they stopped the trial and took me to the judge's chamber. They read a plea deal to me stating I would do 3 years and get 1 year probation if I signed or vice versa. They told me he would get life and couldn't hurt me. I refused to sign the plea deal. I walked out the chambers and told him we are going to prison. Which they did railroad us. We had a hanging judge. I heard stories about him sentencing people. Like he told this guy to look out the window. He told the guy to count how many bushes there were outside and that's how many years he was sentenced to. There were a lot of bushes outside. On my day of sentencing. The judge told me before he came to court. He already decided he was going to give me the max. He stated, I had plenty of opportunities to save myself and I took none. I was sentenced to 71 months. All I heard was 71 and I was thinking years. I flipped out and I started crying uncontrollably. They took me to the back and in my cell I slammed myself back first against the wall. I melted to the ground like I'm going to be old when I get out, if I make it. My public defender told me it's not 71 years. It's 71 months, 5 years. 11 months. So I calculated the time. I still bust out crying. He told me that I had a beautiful smile and everything would be okay. My smile was not getting me out of this. I didn't care what he said. I heard stories about prison. I told Spanky I'm not prison material. I'm gorgeous and they are going to rape me. This asshole told me, well, you are now. Funny but not funny. The truth and nothing but the truth, I am a god. 24. While waiting to get shipped off, I got in trouble for assault on an officer. My roommate called the warden a hair-lipped bitch. She did have a mustache and looked like a rat. She got mad and my roommate was pregnant. They were roughing her up and they slammed her on her tummy. All I could think about was the baby. I flipped out and I started throwing chairs and shit. When they called back up, one of the lady COs got injured. It was her leg, she was dragging it. What happened was they tried to just slap the cuffs on me. It hit my wrist instead of clicking closed. It set me off. Once I was detained, they put me in a room and I took off the handcuffs and threw them at the COs. Letting them know if I wanted to I could really fuck them up. I got a knock at my door and turned around to flip out and saw my mother-in-law. She told me they gave him 20 years. And he was shipped off. She also told me she was robbed, raped anally and found out she had cancer. I was so sad, because she loved me and our relationship had gotten better and now our home is in shambles. After that I got another knock at my door. Then my door was opened. The lady I hurt. Her niece worked at the jail and she came to confront me. Like I told her I didn't mean to hurt her aunt, but they were hurting my roommate. I apologized, because I wasn't known as a troublemaker or a person that should be there. They forgave me, because I also apologized to her aunt face to face. I had integrity, plus I was in the wrong. They were wrong how they handled my roommate. I stand on that. Reason is they locked us down. Even though she called her a hair-lip bitch. We were in our room. She seen how she looked with all that damn orange makeup on. Trying to cover her mustache. The situation could have been diffuse. She was supposed to be the bigger person. Reason she was in that position. But her, like so many others, have to flex their power. I did think she was cool though. She got on me one time. We were on lockdown. I got bored so I drew and colored on every inch of the wall. It was dope though. She even said it was nice. But if I didn't clean it up. Cracking up, I'm like, let me out. Shit gets creative. One day I had a dream about my granny. I could smell her house and she told me she thought I was dead. I made a promise to her I would do my time. After getting out I will let my family know I was okay. The dream was so real. I could smell her house. It was like I was there. Years later when I got out. They told me around that same time. Granny was in a bad car accident and almost died. That's when I had that dream and was communicating with her. I was in jail for like a year before they moved me. While I was there I got commissary from another inmate. A CO was super cool and she said this white guy saw me and wanted me to have some commissary. He took care of me, because I had no one else to send me money. I the truth and nothing but the truth, I am a god. 25. Still to this day do not know the guy. Or ever seen him. He used to not only send me commissary, but also send me pictures. He could draw and he used to send me pictures that were half drawn and I had to finish the rest. Now in jail, as they say, I got turned out. Females thought they turned me gay. Nope, I love penis. They wanted to eat so I took them to the all-you-can-eat buffet. It was bad. I was addicted to being a slut bag feeding people this good. I never felt comfortable doing it. I always felt ashamed, like I know this is wrong. But I was in lust mode, getting firehead from many. A very sad day. Officer G was a super cool guy who looked out for us. One night 2 guys beat him to death. These idiots tried to escape by jumping off the roof. They broke both legs. One dude already had life and the other dude only had 6 months to do. This idiot is now going to be charged with murder and escape. They named Richland County after Mr. G. Another time this dude from Louisiana escaped with handcuffs on. He was running through the swamps and they never caught him. It was always something going on there. Then the feds came and got me. We traveled a lot from jail to jail. Every jail I went to some guy looked out for me. What can I say, I didn't have the nickname Sexy Chocolate for nothing. Females hated the men congratulated. I did meet some cool females along the way. It was one particular jail that freaked me out. It was in Anderson, South Carolina. Everybody was fat and shaped the same. It was like I was in the Twilight Zone. It was a small town and people reminded me of these round toy pieces. So freaking creepy, but a cool clean place with good food. Finally we made our way to ATL. That is where we got on Con Air. That damn plane was so raggedy, had a cracked window and was leaking oil. When the girls got on the plane, the guys used to stick their elbows out so they could bump our butts or our thighs. I was known for my walk, so everybody always paid attention to my walk. The guys asked me why I walked the way I did. I told the marshals if the plane goes down I'm jumping on their backs because I know that they have parachutes. The marshals laughed of course and said they don't have any parachutes, so if the plane goes down they go down with it. I called bullshit. The whole flight I had marshals and inmates cracking up. I was always respectful, laughing and bubbly. The marshals could never understand why I was headed to prison or what I even was doing in jail. We made it to Oklahoma where the transit prison is. I had fun in Oklahoma. Everybody passes through Oklahoma before they go to their prisons. The truth and nothing but the truth, I am a god. 26. We used to talk to the guys. You had to take a pillow, sit on the toilet and like suction the water out of the toilet. I was really good at doing this. One time I got caught. I had a little ponytail and my ponytail got stuck in the toilet. Luckily the officer was cool. I told him that my roommates hear voices coming from the toilet and so I was just checking it out. I made up a bogus story which everybody laughed at, including the CO, and I cut out the room. We got a new warden. One day we were fishing where we were dropping the line down to the men. I had my little buddy on my shoulders. When I saw white people coming in that door, I instantly dropped her ass. Since there were no names on the letters they couldn't get any of us, but they made us do extra duty because they weren't stupid. The new warden said he was a prick and he wasn't meant to be fucked with, he meant business. Some other girls had their names on the letters. They went to the SHU and because we didn't go the people tried to speculate that we snitched. Which was far from the truth. We simply didn't have our names on the letter. I met a lot of cool people in Oklahoma. I also met some killers in Oklahoma too. I can't think of the lady's name, but she cut the baby out of the lady's stomach and her dude was a killer. They are well known and I just can't think of her name. She liked me though. One day grabbed me by my neck and spanked me. I was definitely devastated. She also showed us this big bag of tobacco. She smuggles in her snatch pack. I couldn't believe how much she stuffed up there. I made some guy friends so I had some pen pals. I used to sing through the toilet to the guys and a lot of times they said they would be in tears. I would sing as we slept the night away. Now I'm headed to Tallahassee FCI to start my time. We got there at night so we couldn't see how the prison looked. Some females were returnees. Chapter 3 Lessons. That morning when we got up and finally got to see the prison. It looked like a college campus. I and a female friend I used to stick to like glue that had been there before. She ensured me no one would rape me. It's not like the stories I heard or seen on TV. We were in the feds, not shitty state. I settled in to start making friends and it wasn't so bad after all. I actually had a lot of fun besides getting sexually harassed by a few pervert COs. Which one of them I played to get stuff. I never slept with him. We used to have parties in which A unit and D unit. We had the best parties on campus. I was in both units. The truth and nothing but the truth, I am a god. 27. There was some cool COs that some of the girls was fucking. They used to let us have parties. The girls would fix them plates of food, might even have a girl in the office with them and the festivities would go down. We would make stripper clothes and yes, I was usually one of the dancers. It used to go down. I helped do party planning, was a dancer, helped make stripper clothes, and made our drink pooch. Since I didn't have anyone to send me money, I refused to reach out to my family. I felt like I messed up, so why should I call my family after many years being on my own and ask them for money? I would braid hair. Which I taught myself in jail, but I was raw and fast. So if I wasn't braiding hair I was stealing out the kitchen to survive, making dicks, just hustling. I get caught with a huge dick. It's not for me, it's a request I had. So my counselor came and got me. He said, you like them big, don't you? I had no clue what he was talking about. Then it hit me. Oh man, I got caught with the dick. I was cracking up. I'm goofy and this is hella funny to me. Ms. S was a Southern belle. She was trying to see who got caught with the huge dick. I took off running. She was trying to run and see me. But she is simply too slow. They knew I was goofy, but will accept my consequences. I had my ups and downs in prison, more ups than downs. But I learned some people I thought were my friends, family really weren't. They thought I was a pushover or a do-girl, because I was nice and soft-spoken. Like the time I made some hooch and almost got caught. Luckily my cooler was gross and my locker smelled like dead ass. The counselor never opened the cooler, because he was a germaphobe. Then a fake friend of mine tells me that my other so-called fake friend said I was stupid. I would do or hold things for people. If a person needed a fall guy, I was it. Like bitch please. I'm just nice, but far from stupid. Our friendship was never the same. My best friend I called my wife no homo. We had all the scoop on who was fucking who, because we had a cool female CO friend. Some girls end up getting herpes from fucking on this nasty creepy CO. The one I played, Mr. B. He had sharp shark-like teeth that were slimy and had bumps all on the back of his neck. Then we also had Reverend Perv, I used to call him. I really couldn't stand him because he was playing with God and taking advantage of these women and their situation. Which once Ms. F came on the campus to investigate, they end up getting arrested and charged for fucking on the prisoners. One of the COs and marshals was killed in a gun battle the day the feds came to round them bastards up. At that time I was out of prison living in Memphis and saw it on the news. FCI Tallahassee had a shooting involving a marshal and CO. Then I saw Mr. B and Reverend Perv's mug shots. While the truth and nothing but the truth, I am a god. 28. In prison I did something that also made history and all the COs thought was hilarious. When I had my gate pass I kissed this guy through the fence and ended up losing my gate pass. We were pressure washing at the men's jail and they let us pass notes and candy. I was killing it with one hand and getting the work done. I met this guy who looked like a scrub until the next day he shaved and was definitely sexy. Bo chicka wow wow. He was Dominican and we were flirting. Until I kissed him through that fence and saw all the white men coming out in suits. Then I knew I fucked up. It was all good, because my time was almost up and it was a good laugh. I was a hard worker and overall respectful. I had COs that I never seen ask the same question they always do. Why am I in prison? I am very nice and respectful. I don't belong in prison. That made me feel good as a person. People make mistakes and I was just a dumbass. Reason I was there in prison, because I had to learn lessons. True story. One time it was these witches and on Halloween they summoned something fucked up. Everybody on the compound was seeing scary shit. We told the bitches whatever you did you better fix it. There were some good and bad witches. I used to talk to one in particular. She was so cool and broke some stuff down to me which I respected. There was no judgment from me, because she was peaceful and loving. I understand there must be a balance between good and bad. Another story where I messed up. So we were taking our GED and my teacher loved me, because I definitely was smarter than most. I did need help with math, algebra to be exact. I ended up going to Ms. K's class for that. Once she showed me I picked it up real fast. She was proud of me and I loved her for understanding I don't like to be put on the spot. She was a super nice lady. Her story was that she and her girlfriend worked in a nursing home and allegedly they were killing old people. Once again, no judgment, I just know she knew how to teach me without making me feel uncomfortable. I took my GED like twice and failed. Let me tell you why I failed. I was helping people cheat on the test. They would pass and I would fail. They couldn't understand how I failed and they passed when I was giving them the answers. Needless to say, the third time's the charm, I passed. Another story was when I was stealing out of the kitchen. I walked out of that kitchen looking like an Oompa Loompa. I had my crew surrounding me as I made my way to the dorm. Go big or go home, and I was super good at what I did. It was hilarious because I was a tiny little thing back then. The truth and nothing but the truth, I am a god. 29. Another time I was with my friend who was Dutch. And we both were stealing out of the kitchen. I had sugar and she had potatoes around her ankles. So Ms. F stopped us and was talking to us. She looked down at my friend's little legs and said, "Lift up your pants leg." She was busted, ankles all lumped up with potatoes. She went straight to the shoe. It was funny, not going to lie. We all knew don't play with Ms. F. If you were right, she had your back. If you were wrong, that was your ass. She was there to clean the compound up from all the corruption. Plus some officers were prejudiced. For example, the laundry guy was prejudiced and LL ended up beating the shit out of that man. Brother M. saved her, because them crackers was going to fuck her up. He took her to the shoe, he would not let them white people touch her. I met a lot of good people, and I learned a lot of women and men are actually innocent. The system is flawed. Not only that, a lot of the officers etc. treat you badly. Also sometimes the living conditions are horrible. They treat you like animals sometimes in jail and prison. I'm glad I learned these lessons. I also learned street shit was not where it was at. I met so many people for white-collar crimes that were stealing millions and doing like a year. Then a year on probation and boom, all that money after they are off probation is theirs. Everybody assumed I was in there for white-collar crimes because I was so smart. Nah, I was with the shit. In prison you can meet so many connections and get so much game, truth be told. One of my other favorite things was holidays, because we ate well. We used to have a carnival with games and music. We also used to have talent shows, and fashion shows. Talk about creativity and talents. All in prison, let me tell you. I remember the civilians on the street trying to take our ice cream away and a few other items. They felt we were living better than them. Hey, people had to do serious bids. People make mistakes, so why treat them like shit? That doesn't prove a point, because people can change. A marshal once told me he respected us. Reason was most people in the feds made more money than him. They were just trying to feed their families. Only thing is that what they were doing was illegal. Their job was not to get caught and his was to catch them. I respected that. Truth be told, the marshals were cool. Every marshal I met was so down to earth. They just had a job to do and they did it. While in prison I worked in the kitchen first. Then end up moving to maintenance. I was so good I had got my own plumbing crew. Everybody was cool and my boss loved me, and not in a funny way. I was eager to learn as a hard worker. If you are not showing butt crack, you're not a real plumber. My walk combined with my crack showing and knowledge, you couldn't tell me shit. The truth and nothing but the truth, I am a god. 30. I was known for my walk. They said I had that model walk. That was because all I used to wear was heels. I used to be on the block with my partners and the police would come. I would be out in my heels jumping fences. I also did have 2 girlfriends in prison. Once again I tried to keep it on the hush. Because I was only gay for the stay, to be honest. Our stud friends looked like dudes. Some fine ass dudes, but had some banging bodies. Time goes by and it's time to go home. I'm headed to South Carolina to the halfway house. It was cool, there were men there. I met this hitman who looked out for me. He called me queen and was super nice to me. He told me he did 18 years in prison for killing people. Guess who he was killing people for? Some people in the government, a mixed crowd of people. His story was so unbelievably cool. I believe him, because I used to sell powder to some judges. I got off a case like that. I used to want to be a trained killer for the government. Dress up in business clothes, but a fierce assassin. Since he didn't snitch them out, yes, he had to do time and went in young, got out old. The fall guy, of course. He had money though and didn't talk much. At the halfway house I had a super cool motherly counselor. She stayed on everybody's ass, but she was super loving. She got on me one time for wearing the wrong panties to church. I had a thong on and she could tell. She told me to go put on some bigger panties. Ms. S was super cool. So long story short, I got caught with a camera and phone in my room, so I got in trouble. The director is this stinky musty African Mr. S. Him and this dyke CO starts sexually harassing me in front of everyone. It was bad, y'all, and there was nothing I could do. They were intercepting my mail. I was trying to send to the region. It got so bad he would come into my room, my lights would be off and I would be alone. One time I was under my bed trying to get something I dropped and he came in. Only my TV was on. He just stood over me, looking at my ass out. Bent over under this bed. I froze and I couldn't move. When I finally got up, he had backed me into a corner. I thought he was going to rape me. That was the last straw. I did what I knew best to do. I ran away, because if I hurt him I felt like they would not care, on the basis I'm a criminal. I was already raped, beat, molested, abused at a young age. Not to mention in prison also getting sexually harassed. It just seemed like a never-ending story. I bounced around here and there. Ran into my UNC and everyone respected me, because I did my time and I didn't snitch. I stayed with UNC, which was the trap house. I knew I was safe and he always showed me by action. He had my back and would keep me safe. The truth and nothing but the truth. I am a God. 31. God did place many people around me to protect me and teach me lessons. I will always be grateful for them as well as the lessons that helped me grow into this beautiful woman I am today. From South Carolina since shit was hot. I know the feds were looking for me. My hitman friend bought me a ticket. I got on the Greyhound and was headed to Memphis, Tennessee to stay with my prison girlfriend. I didn't want to cheat on my husband, so I figured if I got a girlfriend it would be good. I never kept secrets from him, I told him everything. He wanted me to turn myself in and I wasn't going to do that. They had to come get me. I was sick of the sexual harassment and how they treated us as animals. Not all but a lot of people were power hungry. I'm staying with my girlfriend and mom, and because her mother did not agree with our relationship we stayed in the streets. Tooting powder, doing our thing. These bitches start trying to sell me for powder. Which it never worked, because I never did powder in front of the guys. I know how men would treat females if they got high and I was not she. They would leave me and come back and I would be cool with the guys and they would turn on them for me. Her sister and she were known for freaking for powder. So the respect for them was very minimal. We ended up staying with her husband's family. He was locked up. I told her he was sounding and probably gay. Her husband thought I had her being a whore when she was one on her own. He was still locked up, but clearly knew about me. She pretty much left me and would go home. Because she had kids, which all her kids, and sister's kids loved me. Her mother and pops loved me too. I ended up meeting this guy and he was so sweet to me. He was going through hard times. He just lost his baby mama. She was shot in the head and left him to take care of the baby. Shit ended up bad and they had to move. My girl came and took me to another friend's house. They left me there, because they could not sell me to him. By the time they came back he made me his girlfriend. They were shocked I was still there. I was with him for 3 years. And although he took care of me it came with a price. He used to beat my ass every blue moon thinking I was cheating on him. He was older, but handsome and very insecure. We used to pop pills and toot powder. We partied a lot, just lifing. His family loved me, but they didn't know who I really was. I told them my name was Janisha. He knew me as Anastasia and knew I was on the run from the feds. One day he got mad at me and told his family that Janisha wasn't my real name. I had to confess my sins. I told them my name was Anastasia. They forgave me. I wanted to just bust his ass out and tell them he was locking me in the house with no phone. Bars on the door and were beating my ass. The truth and nothing but the truth. I am a God. 32. I kept it to myself and just lived life. He had 3 older kids around my age which were cool with me. One of his sons really liked me and didn't hide it. I would never violate like that. Plus I really loved him. We stayed in Binghamton, aka BBB. The real hood off Tillman Street, and they were well known. I usually attract boss men with money. One night we went to Beale Street in Memphis. It has a lot of bars and places you can hang out. I really didn't like going out. I am more of a homebody, especially being on the run. We were down there hanging out with some friends. Let me tell you how disrespectful these men are. We are walking coupled up. This guy reached out for my homegirl's hand while she was with her dude. We looked shocked, plus the fact her dude did nothing to correct the disrespect. What was even more messed up was that he blamed his girlfriend for the dude's action. It was crazy. They started arguing and things went left. We were all drinking and he took pills. It was time to go home. It was just too much. His family had a food spot and I met this chick who had a store no one liked. She was cool and everyone knew her. I used to go up to her store just to get out of the house. It became a problem. He has some females that used to come over. They were cool. One, she looked just like a Barbie. She was just wild as hell. The other female was cool. We used to powder together. They would leave, because although he asked me to go out, he really didn't want me to. Also, he said he wanted me to hang out with them, but really didn't want me to. One of his partners called me out, because she said I used to be so nice, but turned mean. It was basically, because he would put them before me. Also trying to play us against each other. So I just used to keep to myself. He also had this crazy ex-wife who was a real mental case. I met her son's witch, who of course liked me. She used to harass us. Coming over the house, beating on the door. Crying and flipping out. Most of the females he spoke to, she would run them off. I wasn't tripping off her crazy self. One night we got a call that our homeboy accidentally shot our partner in the head. Blew off half the side of his head. It was horrible, because his girl and kids were there. We were all devastated. We went to the funeral and celebrated his life. Things happened, plus he used to beat the shit out of his girlfriend, and she was a good woman. Crazy how sometimes it takes tragedy for us women to have a way out of an abusive relationship. One day I had signed up for this poetry contest, because I love to write. Well, it was worldwide. I made it to the semi-finals, then the finals, and was nominated for Poet of the Year. My poetry was published in a book and on a CD you can find in any library. I couldn't believe I was nominated for a real prestigious award in Las Vegas. He literally told me I wasn't worth 400, the truth and nothing but the truth, I am a god. $33 to go to the ceremony. It really hurt me, but it was okay. I had a certificate and knew I was destined for greatness. One day it was on my heart to reach out to my family. I did just that. They didn't believe it was me, so my oldest sister had a boyfriend who was a truck driver. They came to visit me and confirm it was really me. Many years passed and most of my family thought I was dead. Once she confirmed it was me, I would eventually start going to California. My favorite aunt was sick and I was trying to get there to see her before she passed away. He wouldn't send me down there knowing I depended on him for everything. She passed away and I was so hurt. I was her chocolate baby and we were both crybabies. Before I went to California, he beat the fuck out of me. I couldn't recognize myself in the mirror. My eyes were swollen and practically closed. He said in order for me to go to Cali I had to heal, so I did just that. I still had a black eye though, but looked good enough to travel. Now I was still keeping in contact with my husband and I don't know what he said to my boyfriend, but the ass whooping stopped. I get to reunite with my family. They had a party for me. My aunt ended up slapping my cousin's girlfriend. My granny got mad and wanted to leave. I had a cousin who kept hitting on me and the family kept cussing him out. He was not a blood cousin, but married into the family. He kept saying she is just so thick and beautiful. I didn't like how they fought and the bullshit I saw. Because down south I was able to meet some good families that accepted me and I was really big on family. I cried and started walking down the street. My mom was super drunk. I haven't been around these people in years and this isn't how family should act. Especially me just reuniting with them. My cousins and sister assured me they all loved each other and this is just our family. They calmed me down and my mom was hilarious. We ended up putting her in a shopping cart and carried her down the street. I'm back and forth to Memphis and Cali. My baby sis went to Memphis with me one time and got to meet my family down there. They did not like her. They felt she was going to be a bad influence on me, but they still showed her hospitality. He put his hands on me in front of my sister and we were all about to fight. She was crazy. Time to go back to California. We were on the Greyhound and met so many people. My mom was like, my girls are popular, I see. I ended up meeting this guy that I fell hard for. My relationship was practically over to me, because I was sick of the ass whoopings. Plus I wanted the truth and nothing but the truth, I am a god. 34. To be around my family. Many years went by and I needed to get to know my family again. Just like I promised my granny in that dream. I was talking to him for like a month before anyone found out. Then when everyone found out they were mad at me, because this was the same dude my cousin lost her virginity to. He didn't tell me and I wasn't with people in my business, so how was I to know? They used to make it seem like I was this slut bag. But it was too late, the damage was done and me and his relationship was great. He loved me and showed me by action. Our first date he took me to the Oakland Hills. I could see all the bay. I loved stuff like that and he said he liked that I was different. That most girls would think it was corny. I appreciated things like that, it's the small things that matter to me. We stayed at Motel 6. Then we moved into his mom's house. He threw a temper tantrum. So his mom kicked us out. My money was running low. I needed to go back to Memphis to get my clothes, money and car. When I got to Memphis everything seemed fine. Then when we got to the house all hell broke loose. My ex asked me who she was and I had a poker face. I didn't want to show emotion. I was scared as fuck. He punched me in my ribs so hard and I felt my rib crack. He beat me to the point I thought I was dead. I knew my cousin called him and told him, because although she loved me she didn't like me. He wouldn't let me go to the hospital. I could barely breathe, and to make it worse he used to get on top of me and rape me. He had me call my boyfriend and tell him it was over. I was locked in the house for 6 months. He threatened to call the feds on me and I didn't want to go back. I did my wifey duties. I put up with the abuse. My body was starting to heal. Once I was strong enough I started exercising and I got my body where I was healthy. Then I planned my escape. I built his trust up and he finally left the door unlocked. I ran to the church that was next to our apartment and called my girlfriend's mother. She came and got me and he came to her house. I stayed the night, then she took me to the Greyhound to get away. She said she didn't want to take me to the Greyhound, because she felt he would be there. She was right, he snatched me up and forced me to go home with him. She came to save me, but I didn't want her to get hurt or have to deal with the drama. I stayed where it was all bad. He finally let me go visit my family in Washington, but California wasn't an option because of my boyfriend. He ended up coming to Washington State where I was raised the truth and nothing but the truth. I am a god. 35. And he threatened me in my house. Pops wasn't having it. Pops told him he would body his ass and it was best if he left. He wanted to marry me, had a ring, got it sized for me and everything. I stayed in Washington for a while taking care of this elderly woman that I loved. They could not handle her. She would call my aunt niggers and they constantly argued. I think it's funny being called a nigger. I've been called a negra before down south. I love calling white people niggers too. I will call anyone a nigger. It doesn't mean black, nor am I anyway close to ignorant. I can get ignorant though. I knew I was more intelligent than most. I am not words but energy, I'm life. I finally was ready to go to California and start my life. The day I left, Ms. G wouldn't get up off the ground. She didn't want me to leave. After I left she ended up passing away not too long after. She left my aunt her house which was across the street from our house. I'm back in Cali and everyone is telling me my dude has a baby on the way. When I asked him he denied his child so fast, which he didn't have to. I understood, because of the situation of me being held hostage and he didn't think I was ever coming back. He kept my money, and I had to wake up and get over him. His family and friends were telling me the truth, so then it finally came out. Everybody knew how the relationship was. We were happy, but it is what it is. I was staying with my cousin who didn't like me and I was paying what I could. I watched them not pay bills and trick my money off. Then she kicked us out and we were homeless sleeping in my sister's car in front of the house. One time my sis and I went to LA. Long story short, we learned it's a lot of fake stuff. We did meet some Crips who were cool and one just had been shot. My sis one day locked eyes on this blood. He was going in the store and they locked eyes. It was crazy, they just stared at each other. That was probably her spiritual husband. We are making the best of a crazy situation. We met these other Crips and they were okay, but not as cool. For some reason they were under the impression they could pimp us. Here we go. Dude picked up this Crip hoe. She tried to boss up on us. Didn't work out as planned. Before all this even started I asked the dude to not put us in any weird situations. He said okay. Old girl tells us to get dressed and we know what time it is. My sister and I looked at each other and started laughing hysterically. They all looked at each other confused. I simply told them, "We are leaving out this room." "Y'all not." My sister still laughing. I said, "We are about to tear this room up." Then my sister stopped laughing. The guys started talking to us. We made it clear. We are from the Bay and respect down there, but we will not under any circumstances be disrespected. They the truth and nothing but the truth, I am a god. 36. We're cool with us. I told the dude I asked him not to do us harm. We talked and vibed. Old girl was sitting in the corner mad. She knew her place and it was not up there with us. My twin and I weren't having it. The terrible two are what they called us. Everybody has a role. You know it, play it. I always knew my position. Well, they ended up dropping us off and we were good. End up going back to the Bay. Mostly everyone was flaking. The solid ones were around dangerous shit. We also met some cool cholos. They told us don't go down certain streets, because they would cut our heads off. I was upset about that, because I viewed them as my people, both skin is shaded brown. Yes, time to go. I did have fun though. From there we bounced around, staying here and there. Staying in rooms. My other cousin was P-tooting and she and my baby sister used to go get money. I would get upset, because I wanted to go. Since I wasn't renting ass, I couldn't. My baby sis taught me about being an internet whore. My mother always accused me of having her daughter around a bunch of men when it was far from the truth. She was doing her thing and everyone knew about it. My mom turned a blind eye to the shit. My mom used to be so mean to me and I couldn't figure out why. I used to be her favorite and now she would talk to me like I was some random bitch on the street. My baby sister used to talk to my mom so disrespectful. People used to ask my mom why she treated me so badly when I was always respectful. While the baby was treating her like shit. All I wanted was my mom's love again. I used to cry, because I couldn't understand what I did wrong. I always knew she was my mother and loved her even though she lost me and my other baby sister. I was still also holding the burden of it being my fault my second youngest sister was taken away. We ended up staying in San Leandro with our cousin and her kids. Truth be told, they were nasty and had no structure in the house. My mom, sis and I brought structure to her home. I didn't like how people treated my mom. They treated her like a slave as an in-home babysitter. I did admire how my mom took care of other people's kids and our fur babies. Mom had all of us on a tight schedule. I always knew she was trying to right her wrongs. Our relationship was horrible though. One day she did something to me and I went the fuck off. I broke both my feet stomping her out. I was sick of her saying I was jealous of my baby sister and treating me like some random bitch. I was in the wrong and felt so bad because I wasn't raised like that. Because both my feet were broken, I should have never stomped or touched my mom. My sister had beef with the girl that was messing with her boyfriend. One day heading to school we saw this broad. She set us up one time to get killed. It was this girl who they had. Come to the truth and nothing but the truth, I am a god. 37. Find out ran away. They called the girl's family and her family came to our room thinking we had that child. I met the girl, because she came to our room. They all were being so mean to that girl, because she wasn't cute to society, not even a little bit. I let her play in my clothes and jewelry because they were all going out. I had no clue she was a runaway being I was the adult of the group. These people had me held in the room hostage. The lady kept hitting me in the head with the Hennessy bottle. Then my sister came and she came to the room and started fighting the dude. He ended up pulling out a gun on us. I stepped in front of them trying to protect them. Long story short, my sister's boyfriend climbed out this little window and left us. This was part of his fault as well as my sister. I told her not to be friends with that girl. The lady finally listened to my sis and apologized. They were just trying to find their daughter. They thought we were pimping that girl. It was crazy. My dude at the time didn't want me hanging around my sister. I didn't listen though. Another day my sister and I were waiting for the bus to go to school. We were in Sobrante Park. My mom said this guy took her money and guess what, she saw him. We ran up on that man and were beating the shit out of him. My mom said stop before we killed him. We picked up our books and stood at the bus stop like nothing happened. The guys in the hood said they saw us and recorded us. They called me Memphis and said we were vicious. They also said it was hilarious how we act like nothing happened. People knew my crazy mom and sister. People were getting to know me and had love for me. There was this homeless guy the first used to buy beers or food for. He used to give me dollars to buy juice. He carried around a boo-boo bucket. His story was he had a home, but his caregiver was on drugs taking his money. He was on the streets. I was known for looking out for his people, called them bums. One day he was holding my hand and these guys told him not to touch me with his nasty hands. They asked me why I fed him and bought him stuff. I went off and told them to mind their business. He was still a good person regardless of his circumstances. I did as I pleased. I asked him if he was hungry. I went to buy him some good-ass barbecue the Arabs used to make. Everybody used to go to this spot to get barbecue. We were well known in the hood. People really respected me. My spirit was light as a feather. I helped many even though I didn't have a lot. Another time I was at KFC getting some food. This man said he was hungry and I used to see him shuffling around town. I went to get him some food. The lady in KFC was being so mean to the truth and nothing but the truth. I am a god. 38. Him. Told him she told his nasty ass to get out. I went off on her, told her shut the fuck up and do her job, he is with me. I told her they threw so much food away and they could have given him some food if he was hungry. He wasn't asking for money, just food. You never turn anyone down for food, because God sends people in many forms. I got his and my food then left. I knew how it was to need help and be hungry. I also knew how it felt to sleep with men for a roof over your head or food. That's what kept me grounded and helping people. My first time meeting one of my other cousins was crazy all in itself. We are riding on the freeway. The bridge at that. Her hood flies open. We are telling her to pull over. This crazy broad keeps driving. My mom has to close the hood while this broad drives. On top of that we get to her spot. She had mom and sis hot, because she told them don't sit on her bed with their clothes. Which I got what she was saying. Then she told us she was on the run from the feds. I'm thinking me too, cousin. Chapter 4: The Awakening. I ended up getting into a bad car accident with my African friend Trick. My mom and sister were waiting for my money. People treated me like an ATM. As long as I was dishing out money it was all good. When my sister and mom got mad at me, the whole family would turn their backs on me. Make me feel like an outsider. No one wanted to take care of my granny, so I stopped going to the chiropractor to take care of my granny. My arm was messed up and luckily I took massage therapy and brought myself back. I took up massage therapy and business management. My grades were good until the car accident. My baby sister motivated me to go back to school. I took the test. They came back and said I failed the test. They said I failed math and English. My mom said hell no, my daughter just took that test. My mom got up cursing everyone out and we headed to the back. Now mind you I suck at tests, so I figured it was a possibility. Come to find out it was the wrong test. They said we thought the little one was smart, but the big one is even smarter. I knew I didn't even finish half the test. But obviously I pretty much got everything right or close to all the answers I did. Education was very important in my family. Didn't care how you got it, but you better have it. My mother and her siblings were some of the first nigglets to go to all-white schools. I saw a newspaper clip and I looked like my mom's twin when I was young. Some of my family also hung around the Black Panthers too. My family has a lot of good history. The truth and nothing but the truth. I am a god. 39. My granny was messy and my help wasn't good enough for her. I got tired and cut. I felt like let your family take care of you. Yet she was well enough to take care of herself. I didn't just leave her high and dry. I loved her, but it hurt me to hear her talking about me. I was injured and put my health aside to help her. No one else wanted to. I ended up only getting $5,000 when my case was $100,000. My attorney and chiropractor took most of my money and said they will pay my medical bills. Damn Africans, plus my chiropractor made me feel uncomfortable. He should have been doing my back, but he used to do my butt. My ass doesn't need a massage. I was in bad shape. My mom and sister felt obligated to my money and my sister's boyfriend at the time. My sister ran around telling people she took care of me like I was some type of bum. I was renting ass too, and there were days she didn't make any money and vice versa. Of course they believed it, so they tried to make me feel guilty so I would give them my money. We are in West Oakland chilling. My sister's friend gets into it with this hoe and her dude. They jumped the girl, then her dude started fighting them. My mom ended up getting stabbed. I got punched. It was just a hot mess. My sister was always fighting, getting into things. My mom ended up going to the hospital. My sister treated her like shit. When it was her fault, my mom got stabbed trying to help her. My granny was pissed, and another reason she didn't like my sister. It was always drama. My granny views my mom's kids just like this. I was the runaway, my oldest sister was the crackhead, my second youngest sister was the dyke, and my baby sister was the whore. My granny told me I need to leave them alone. People could tell I was raised differently, and everyone used to tell me my family was no good for me. I knew it, but that was family and you stick with family. One day our neighbors had a party and they asked my mom if I could come. They said I would be the only black person there. My mom said first of all she is grown, and secondly she was raised around white people. I was raised in Washington State and did go to some of the best schools. We were raised Caucasian, also one reason I ran away. I wanted to feel and be black. Since the black kids never accepted me as being black, because I was so proper. I was like one of the guys. I had the girls doing body shots off each other. I had two stepsisters kissing each other and kissing me. They said I was the chocolate filling and they were the vanilla cookies reverse Oreo. I had that party turned upside down. One of the chicks was so drunk she told me when she was drunk she loved pussy. Not only that. She fell and had a coochie all out. It was hella funny, my mom was cracking up. It was a good time. The truth and nothing but the truth, I am a god. 40. I fell out with my mom and sister about my money. Which one of my cousins felt they were wrong? Same cousin that ended up beating the shit out of me, because I said some hateful shit, but it was the truth. I ended up planning a trip to Florida for a weekend. I stayed in Florida for about a year. Of course I was getting calls asking for money. I was doing my thing. I started selling prescription pills. I used to go to Orlando to get oxtails, rice and peas with plantains and a salad. I had a Jamaican friend I used to tint windows with at resorts to make money. He also taught me how to tint car windows and he was the best known around. I was in Titusville, Florida and met some good people. Anywhere I go I always thrive. Then this dude robbed me, so the struggle got real and my bank accounts got messed up. But I was still okay making away, I wasn't selling ass either. One day my Jamaican friend took me to go get a room closer to him. I get to my room and I'm chilling. We smoke and he leaves. I'm doing my thing in the room and it gets dark. While laying in the bed I fell asleep. I had a dream that people were coming out of their rooms, because of spirits and weird stuff happening. I woke up. Looked around and felt uneasy. While laying on my bed I see myself float and go to the opposite bed. I'm watching myself chill. Then while I'm looking at myself I realize I'm looking at myself. I get scared and jump back in my body. I jump up and turn on all the lights. I'm scared, I feel I'm not there alone. I stayed up the whole night. That morning I called my friend, I wanted to leave. He came to get me and I told him what happened. He told me he didn't want to scare me, so he didn't tell me. Someone was killed in my room. Thinking about it at this moment, they wanted to communicate with me. I didn't know what I know now or who I am. I met this guy and he worked at the Space Center. He was going to hook me up with a job as a tour guide. I called my family, told them, and they laughed at me. It hurt my feelings, because I'm like, what's wrong with that? I felt that would be a cool job. Around rocket ships telling their lies of their history. I get a call that my granny is sick, so I head back to California. Same shit, family treating me like shit. I'm staying here and they're just unstable. Mind you, I am still on the run from the feds, so working wasn't an option, because I was only schoolbook smarts and street smarts. I didn't know what I know now. My cousin, sister and I are at a sideshow on 98th a Mac. This guy the first made eye contact with as he was shooting at someone. Our eyes locked as my cousin pulled off backwards. We had all these cars coming at us. She had bars hands down. We were just wild. The truth and nothing but the truth, I am a god. 41. I ended up meeting this truck driver and he wanted to take care of me. I figured why not, my family was tripping on me so I'm out. I went on a road trip and he took care of me. He wanted to marry me. I was on the road with him for like a year. Only problem was he had a girlfriend in the Philippines. She was supposed to come to the States and marry him to have a better life. I didn't want to get in the way of that. Plus he wanted too much sex from me and that started to bother me, because I felt like he was too over-sexualized. One night we got into it. He was Portuguese and very jealous. We were in Raleigh, North Carolina. I went to see and get some weed from a friend. I got drunk, he was talking shit and I flipped out. It's something about down south that brings out my ignorant wild side. The police were called. Me and my dog Hennessy slid out the car so smoothly. We cut to the parking lot. I was army crawling around cars while they searched for me. I couldn't go back to jail, especially down south. South Carolina is right next to NC. I was on the run from the feds. My dog kept following me and the police noticed him and then noticed me. I took off barefooted in the swamp area. The police said they were going to shoot me in the back. I got scared, being down south I know how crackers got down. I came back and my friend didn't want to press charges. The police told me to take my drunk ass to bed. Or I was going to jail if they had to come back. It was time to part ways. He brought me back to California where the struggle was real again. I end up doing dinner dates on Redbook and dancing. Then I had 4 good tricks that were regular. I used to cry, because I hated doing what I was doing. It had to be a better way. Turning myself in wasn't an option still. I am still in contact with my husband. I tell him everything. I'm sending him money doing the best I can. Feeling like a shitty wife doing and going through what I was going through. Through it all I kept my head up and looked for a better way. I still had faith in God things would get better. One day I was watching 20/20 or 60 Minutes. This white girl was talking about a sugar daddy. I was like yep it's for me. I went to Sugardaddy.com, Wealthyman.com and a few other places. I found a few sugar daddies. Then narrowed down my options. Being I was fucking with white men. I used to put them between my thighs and give them a ride of their lifetime. I wasn't fucking all of my tricks like that. I didn't want to be ran through, especially by some white man. I felt ashamed and low for doing what I did. It put money in my pocket and others around me. I knew I could do better. I ended up getting stabbed, because my boyfriend at the time stole from my sister. He told me why he did it, because my sister used to treat me like shit and he the truth and nothing but the truth I am a god. 42. Didn't like her. He never even knew I was an escort. I couldn't go to the hospital, because I was on the run from the feds. I went to her dude's house and luckily being in prison I had a tetanus shot that lasted 10 years. Since I had worked around sewage. He would put lemon juice on the knife and that shit hit my bone and the blade had broken off. They cleaned me up and super glued me. I was fine. These motherfuckers told me welcome to Oakland. They thought that shit was a joke. It was safe to say our relationship was done. Before I got stabbed I ended up meeting the chick he was cheating on me with. We had the same outfit. But she wasn't fucking with me. I was thick as fuck and hands down much prettier. I never wanted to be treated like a whore. Plus being from the town pimpin' is life and I wasn't into having a pimp. It's been a few times they tried to kidnap me. Honestly most of them was my fam. Once we got to see who was who and they knew who I was. It's not what you do it's how you do it and I did it well. My sugar daddy used to go to the hood and buy weed. They hooked him up. No one ever talked shit in my face about what I was doing. For one I was getting money and bringing it back to the hood. I made a lot of money, but life was still a struggle. My sister and I were staying in rooms getting money. Her dude was beating on her and pimping her. One time he was beating her ass in front of me. I told him to stop hitting my sister. I start to walk up on him. He pulled out on me. I kept walking up on him. She asked me to go to the bathroom with my dude just wait. Do you know she lied to the family and told them I ran in the bathroom with my scary ass. I was like what the fuck? Bitch I could have got shot, because of you. We were in a shitty room one time. I was off pills and it was the same room he beat her up in before and pulled a gun on me. I went to the bathroom and wasn't feeling that place at all. I started to cry and closed my eyes. I could feel the ocean breeze. I also heard music, but it wasn't any kind of music I heard before down here in this realm. I for once in my life felt safe and knew someone had visited me. When I opened my eyes it was locked on the only green weed surrounded by trash and filth. The sun was beaming on the weed. I felt comfort. I prayed and asked the Lord who came and visited me. My cousin's name popped in my head. My sister came in to check on me. She was like, "Bitch, you're just high." But I wasn't. On that day I knew death wasn't the end and I was not afraid to die anymore. I knew I was good. I called my aunt in Washington State. I told her I had something to tell her and I hope she wasn't mad. I told her that her son came to visit me. He has been dead since 1996. The truth and nothing but the truth. I am a god. 43. She was so chill about it. She told me he was visiting my niece. She called him H and only friends called him H. She wasn't even born to know that. My niece was gifted too. We used to go to San Jose to get money and one time my sister got robbed. They found the guy and beat him up. The police were called and my sis cut on me. The police were under the impression that they were robbing the guy. Once I told them the story, the police asked me to get my sister on the phone so they could get her side again or they were going to lock me up. She was like, "Fuck no." The officer told me, "I know that's your sister, but she is making you look bad and the fact she left me wasn't a good look." They wrote me a ticket for lying to the police. Which they let me go. They told me, if I was a smart, leave her the fuck alone. She is not loyal. I didn't care what they said, but did understand. Plus the fact I had that federal warrant. I could have got trapped up behind her. My sugar daddy got me an apartment and my boyfriend who thought and said he was something like a pimp fucked that up. I had him on a $20 budget. 10 for gas, 5 for weed, and 5 for McDonald's dollar menu. I lost my place and he couldn't really provide for us. He used to take people's shit and he had a powder problem. On top of a baby mama he had to fuck to see his kids. I would tell him to go do what you had to do to see your kids. My sugar daddy and I were off and on. I stayed with him in Tiburon and I lived out there and fit in. I never fit in the hood. Even though I was well respected. My husband did a hofax on me and my name wasn't ringing in these streets. People used to tell him all types of bullshit. I was always honest with him. I would find out later he told all my business and lied on me. It was all good though, because he had no problem with me sending him money and he didn't do shit for me. I looked out for him for years. Even when I needed him, because I was being stalked. These people were planning to kidnap me. Still no help from him. I will go further in depth about how I looked out for him later. I ended up meeting my best friend. He was a trick, but treated me well. I made him my best friend. I told him I hated renting ass and I wanted to do better. I ended up getting my first job at 30. I worked at Halloween City. From there I worked at Macy's. Life was getting better. I ended up moving in with my mom and sister on 73rd and Mac. Everything was okay. They both would treat me like shit and I got locked out of the house a few times. One night I was walking home after getting off work from the BART station. It was cold and raining. I was by Eastmont Mall and walked by this group of guys at the gas station. Then this guy pulled over and told me to get in the car. I was like, fuck no. He said he overheard the guys discussing the truth and nothing but the truth. I am a god. 44. How they were about to do something to me. I did have that feeling when I walked by them. I went with my intuition and got in the car. He took me home and I was locked out. He let me stay on his boat where I would be safe. He would take me home in the morning. We did powder together. He was the powder man. We had some drinks, then he went home. I went to sleep feeling blessed and safe. I started having dreams again that the feds were coming to get me. I even had a fortune cookie that read, I had a long road ahead of me to stay strong. I knew they were coming to get me. I was working, doing the right thing. One night after work I was leaving. I met this black lady that was asking people for money. They were so rude to her, even the black people. I liked working in upper class places and I worked in Pleasanton at the mall. I only had $7 on me and I told the lady I couldn't help her, but spoke words of encouragement to her. Then as I was leaving out the door, God said you can help her, go help. I turned around and gave her my cash. Come to find out, she had a 16-year-old daughter who was in the bathroom washing up. I prayed with her and told her she will be alright just to keep her faith in God. I was leaving again and God said you can do more to help her. I was literally talking out loud like, Father, I don't have it, I can't help her. People are looking at me crazy, because I am arguing with God out loud. I am obedient, so I turned around. I only had enough money to get to work until I got paid. I told the lady, pick wherever you want to eat and I got you. She went to Panda Express and was just going to order a plate for her and her daughter to split. I told her, get whatever you want, I got you. They ordered their food, snacks and drinks. I paid for it, prayed some more with her and told her God said she will be good. I left to get on the BART and head home. Even though I felt good about helping, I was like, how am I going to get to work? I was working hard at my seasonal job making only $8.75. They had me do many jobs, because I was a fast learner. However, doing many other jobs, by law they were supposed to pay me for each job I did. That was not my title. I woke up that morning and God is good. I had $100 that still to this day couldn't be traced where I got it from. I knew it was from God, He always provided for me when obedient. One night I went to go chill with a friend and his drunk ass tried to force himself on me. I knew he was drunk, but I demanded he take me home. On the way the police pulled us over. They ran my name and it kept popping up. I had a federal warrant for escape. God is good, because He wouldn't let that picture pop up which they said was odd. I knew it was God, because I blessed that lady at the mall. I carried my birth certificate, SSN on me and had ID. The police took him to jail and let me go. They kept asking him who I was. The cop told me someone was using my name and he was the truth and nothing but the truth, I am a God. 45. Supposed to take me in regardless. But the police didn't scare me, so I stayed poised. I walked around the corner and took off running. Hopped on BART, thanked God and went home. My sister's dude gets locked up and they are snitching. Him and his brother snitched on everyone. He got on the phone and said, so the feds are not looking for you anymore. I looked at the phone and was silent. I couldn't believe he said that on a recorded call. I said nope and passed my sister the phone back. The reason he said that was because while in Sunnyvale, California, me and my sister got arrested together. The police stated they never picked up two sisters and they were super excited. While in the paddy wagon it was two Mexican girls who were drunk being petty. We start calling them niggers, yes hard R. We are good for calling people niggers, especially because we sounded like white girls. Let's just say the cops were amused and cracking up. We get to jail. They fingerprint me and end up letting me go. I asked them if they were sure. They were like, yeah, follow the line. I cut so quickly, called my sugar daddy and left. I knew my sister's trick was going to get her out so she would be good. I had to get gone before they figured out I had a federal warrant. It took them like 6 months to figure out. Plus with the help of my sister's snitching ass boyfriend I was wanted. One day I met this guy who was going to do my taxes. I shook his hand and he saw my whole life. I snatched my hand back. His cousin told him, you saw a lot, man, didn't you? He said yes and told me to stay the same, but I had to face what was coming. I knew he was talking about the feds coming. I told my mom and sister the feds are coming to get me. I'm just preparing you guys as well as myself. They looked at me crazy. Most of my family thought I was capping about being on the run. My sister always believed me. Once they came and got me, then people wanted to believe me. The feds called me Little Miss America's Most Wanted. Before the feds got me, I told my boyfriend at the time. My sister's boyfriend, who he considered to be his brother, was snitching. He didn't believe me and was being hella mean to me. He used to be abusive and my mom saw how he treated me. She cried and realized how people treated me and it hurt her. She finally could see and feel my pain. That day our relationship got better. My mom was sick and they thought I was going to get a lot of time. I already had one strike on me and escape was considered another strike. Off top of that I was looking at 18 months for leaving the halfway house. If they sent me back to South Carolina, I would get a strike and would have life in prison. My attorney Ms. A asked me who I was. She said I see you were in jail, but we couldn't find you. I told her my story. The truth and nothing but the truth. I am a god. 46. The feds want to literally know your life story. She cried and commended me for being so poised as a person. She didn't like my mom and showed it. My mom was like, "What did you tell these people?" Shit, the truth. The marshals always spoke to me and they asked me what I was doing there. People really liked me and saw the good in me. The district attorney had tears in her eyes when she heard my story. It made them sad. I went through so much pain. The judge didn't like me at all. She was like I was violent looking at my past. The marshals, and my attorney fought for me. Instead of shipping me off to SC and giving me a strike, they gave me 8 months and 3 years probation. They also gave me halfway house, which I was never supposed to get again. I got time served. When I was in jail I met a lot of cool people in Alameda County. At first they thought I was stuck up, because all I did was go to my room and sleep. I wasn't even eating. Then one day heading to court, Elle spoke to me. She was a cool chick and we vibed out. I explained my situation. After court I came back. I seen her and we spoke. She told the other chicks in the pod I was cool. You just had to talk to me. Which they started and we was lit. I kept people laughing, showing love and receiving it. I was in Max, we wear yellow. I was told by some friends that was trying to hide they was a couple. They were glad to meet me in jail. If they met me in the streets they would have just thought I was a stuck-up bitch. I couldn't help but laugh. This is normal to me. Many people judge me without knowing me. One day I'm walking down the stairs. This lady, she starts to stare at me. She wouldn't take her eyes off me. Honestly, I was feeling very uncomfortable. I also had a feeling something wasn't right with her. Not in like a mental health way, but I knew something wasn't right. She just kept looking at me like she wasn't seeing what she was seeing. This same lady ended up dying that very day. She was hitting the buzzer trying to get the CO's attention. They never responded to that lady. She died in that room from poison. She did drugs and had an abscess. It busted and leaked in her system, which was the reason her body was looking swollen. They told me the lady didn't have any family. I was so sad, because the jail was in the wrong. Plus our living conditions sucked. They would have us on lockdown for days without showers. Our shower had little gnats. I felt looking back God revealed who I was to her. Reason she wouldn't take her eyes off me. The day I left people were mad. Some cried, it was going down. I always make an impact on people. It wasn't anything different that day. I knew they loved me and I think about all of them. They stay in my prayers. A lot of them was in there for murder and robbery. They were still good people in my eyes. That simply made mistakes and got caught. The truth and nothing but the truth. I am a god. 47. God is good again. I made them a promise that day I would never be back in their courtroom. I would continue to do right and make my wrongs right. I knew God had a plan for me. I got out of jail September 3rd. My favorite cousin and I were chilling tough. One night we were chilling. This knock came up and fell off the bike. We were all so drunk having a good time. He actually tried to show me how to cook dope. I was cracking up, because I told him I knew how to cook and sell dope. My partner in SC showed me how to cook a whole bird and I was good at it. He wanted me to do his hair one day, so we went to my granny's house and she was at a doctor's appointment. While doing his hair he told me about this female he put his hands on, because she gave him a STD. I told him you can't do that, because people will hurt you, plus he was 7 feet, a real big guy. I told him how would you feel if someone put their hands on us? We were talking about getting some guns. With the beam on it, going half on it together. He told me her cousin told him to stop putting his hands on her. Not even 5 minutes later, this guy walks in my granny's house and points the gun at us. He says, I told you to stop putting your hands on my cousin. He shot my cousin twice. I couldn't move, scream, or anything. It happened so fast. My cousin got up and ran in the living room. The killer walked past me and shot my cousin 3 more times. I finally ran out the door when I ran into another guy. I turned my head and I ran downstairs. They walked past me and I ran to my aunt's apartment downstairs to get help. I came back upstairs with help, to help my cousin, and I held him in my arms as I saw his soul leave his body. The police thought I was lying about not knowing anything. It was September 6th. I had only been out of jail for 3 days. I told them what I knew and told them he was my cousin, not my man. They took my picture and let me go. I called the probation office. We had a memorial, and family showed up. It was bad. I was so hurt and scared. I felt on principle no witnesses, no case. I knew it was a possibility they would come take me out too. We are chilling at the memorial, at my granny's spot. In our family, something is always going to go left at any family gathering. My sister showed up and brought my granny some flowers. She told her she loved her. My granny looked at her, and said, "I don't like you, I can't stand you." Why did she do that? My sister started crying, and flipping out. My granny threw her hands up like oh well. Eventually everything calmed down. My cousin P came. We were going to walk to the store so everything could really cool off. Because sis was still mad, and my granny still didn't give a fuck. By the time we came back. The truth and nothing but the truth, I am a god. 48. Uncle B bought some chicken. My cousin R dug his hands in the chicken. Why did he do that? My uncle went off. He told my cousin, "Stop digging your nasty ass hands in the chicken." My uncle said, "No one wants your pink-lipped ass digging in the chicken." They started arguing. It was going down. As always, I think this is hilarious. They keep arguing, and my uncle pulls out his old school switchblade. He was about to cut him. My other cousin T, she started crying and going off. She said, "We can never do anything as a family. Y'all always act like fools." That is her position for every function, because as I said, it always goes down. Everything got calm and we just celebrated my cousin's life the rest of the night. My probation people feared for my life. So they immediately got me into the halfway house. My family was acting funny. Like I had something to do with my cousin's murder. They wanted me to do a sketch of the guy. They didn't take my life into consideration. I felt like they really wanted me to die. They would have been okay with it. I gave the people all I could. Even the police said a well-known snitch wasn't even snitching. At the halfway house everything is cool. I couldn't leave, because I was different from everyone else. I forgot what they called it. At first they weren't going to let me go to the funeral. They were afraid the killer would show up and finish me. I was going to leave that halfway house and I told them they would have to catch me again. They let me go to the funeral. I met a lot of his friends that wanted to talk to me and find out information. My aunt and mom were in the same room, and that can be scary. My uncle came in a tacky old school suit. He was mugging everyone, so my aunt got up to speak. She stated she was glad her daughter didn't get shot. Talking about me since she did partially raise me. I looked over at my mom. She was about to go off, but she held her composure. It was like I was always stuck in the middle. Truth be told, I had characteristics of both of them. They both raised me fucked up, but also with life lessons. So I appreciated both of them. After the funeral was over, I met the pastor. He went to shake my hand. My spirit said, "Get away from him. Do not let him touch you." My spirit was in a panic. I kept shaking my head and walking backwards away from him. I would not shake his hand. He had some type of attachment and was no good. I told my big sister. I didn't like him because he was evil. Not to go to his church or listen to his words. He ended up harassing my family for some money. For speaking at the funeral. I had to go back to the halfway house. I couldn't celebrate with my family. It sucked space balls. That means it sucked out of this world. I was just happy to go to the funeral. My cousin had to tell some people at the funeral. I was family, not his girlfriend. Because people wanted to hurt the truth and nothing but the truth, I am a god. 49. Me. That was one reason the feds didn't want me going to the funeral. Afraid the killers would come or someone would hurt me, period. I met this guy named VI. I was really feeling. He made me feel protected and treated me well. Truth be told, he was talking to this crooked leg CO. I snatched him from her and she was mad. He was so sexy and really cool. I liked him, because the guys were sweating me in there. He would speak and keep going. I like when a man doesn't act thirsty. That made me want him more. I always get what I want. People started hating on us. They said he was pimping me and abusing me. It was all a fucking lie. He liked me, because I wasn't ratchet like what he was used to. I was smart, I was different. He told his sister about me and we were hella cool. Plus he got a job and was so proud. I was the first person he told. I was so proud he was a changed man. He told me who he used to be. It wasn't nice. He confessed his sins to me. I ended up getting moved to the city. I missed him so much. October 26th I got a call that they killed my dude. I was supposed to see him that day. The last conversation we had on the night of October 25th, he said he loved me. Everybody he loved, that was what he always ended the conversation with. I was so hurt, I felt so lost. Once again I'm dealing with homicide. People tried to say I set him up. Like, what is it with people? I lost my cousin last month and now my man. They had him on the news as the most notorious, dangerous gang leader in the rich. He wasn't that same person. It really pissed me off. The picture the media painted him. People change and I know they do. The police also gave me an update on my cousin. They had no leads and no new evidence. Once again the police took my picture and let me go. Like, how much more could I take? At the halfway house in the city I had more wiggle room. I was able to go to the funeral. While at the funeral, the guy the first ran into after running out the house. He was sitting on the family side of my dude. He kept looking at me. I held my composure. He just kept staring at me. Once the funeral was over, I called the detective and told him I saw the guy that was with the killer. I left it like that and never told my family. Chapter 5. I love me more, the truth and nothing but the truth. I am a god. 50. I was fucked up. Like, I lost 2 men I loved. How this is crazy, they are connected. After I got out of the halfway house I had to take therapy from what happened. My therapist Ms. J said she never met a person that was so intact with life or self. After all I have been through, I have a right to cry, scream, be mad, whatever. She said it was dangerous, I hold things in. How calm I am when mad. It is really scary and not normal. I also used to take over the conversation and have her talk about herself. She would catch on like, you're doing it again. If I didn't feel like talking about myself I would let her know or have her talk about herself. I told her it's life, it doesn't stop, you have to keep going. My mom had been up there with me a few times and everyone loved my mom. She told them she has been police clean for 9 years. How she has been to prison twice for killing a motherfucker to protect her kids. My mom had shock therapy and some more shit. She was crazy as a motherfucker, but I loved my mom. I left the halfway house. I was staying with my mom in her room. My sister was still locked up, my niece and nephew were all locked up at the same time. My mom was still kinda hateful to me, because she was still drinking and she would turn into a monster. I was on probation and had to find a place to stay. I end up staying with a trick I met on 25th, right around the corner from my auntie. I felt safe and was looking for a job. I looked high and low to the point I used to cry. I wanted to keep my promise I made to the courts, but couldn't find work. I did what I knew best. I started selling weed and pills. My play brother hooked me up. My probation officer was cool, so it wasn't even like I was on probation. I had freedom. I was good, but was still looking for a job. I went from selling to white collar. I learned about the sliding game. I was good at it and my shit used to hit. I used to tear Macy's, Nordstrom's, etc. up. Especially Nordstrom's, going to get my cash. One day I was sending my husband some money and the feds put a hold on my money. Luckily I was sending my husband money and not putting money on my site to buy sliders. I used to fuck with the Russians. I made a lot of money with them. Since Western Union did have transactions of that. That was one of the reasons the feds were holding my money, but it cleared. They said if I wanted to send any more money I had to give them 6 months of proof of all transactions. Kiss my ass. Hell nah, so I was banned from Western Union. That was a close one. I knew I had to find a job. It's 2013 and I had 3 years. Probation. My best friend was working at Ashley Furniture. He helped me get a job. Mr. G after interviewing me was afraid to hire me. He was afraid, because I would be working around men. I was very voluptuous and nice looking. He thought I was just a look, he didn't think I was a smart girl. I am the truth and nothing but the truth, I am a god. 51. Up being like one of the guys, because I would burp, mouth filthy, love sports, and fart. I will look you dead in the eyes with a poker face and let one peel your cap back. Or I would fart, and if they asked me if I did, I would say no with a straight face and do it again. Walk away like I didn't do anything. It's hilarious to me. They said I could get away with it, because I was cute. My nickname was Nat. It stood for Nasty Ass Tinky. I embraced it. My homegirl S gave me that name and she was so cool. I really knew she was a friend. One night my best friend was chilling with me at the house. We were laughing at my feet, because I like being barefoot and my feet looked like I was kicking rocks since Jesus was born. My room looked like a real 80s room. Old school with the wallpaper. We were talking and drinking. Friend was rubbing on the wallpaper. Like it was hella old and bumpy. He was like, why is the wallpaper so bumpy? I looked him in the eyes and said, because I put boogers on the wall. He was like, friend, that's nasty. Which I knew it was. I did it being spiteful, because my roommate was a dick. Eating all my food, stealing from me. My friend dug his nose and put one on the wall. We were cracking up. Horrible and just nasty, but I did it. He felt I wasn't going to be a good salesperson and was more than likely going to be a customer service chick. He gave me some work to do and I did it. Come to find out, he had me doing his work as a district manager, ordering for all stores, doing inventory. After he saw my work and I got trained, I was able to hit the floor and I became a top salesperson. I was able to get my first car, which was a Benz truck. Didn't like it, so I switched to my Lexus GS. One night I was going to my partner's house to put some of his good meat in my mouth. I do literally mean meat. He could cook. Him and his wife. Instead something told me to check on my mom. I usually ride by and keep going. I saw the police and instantly knew it was my mom. I went inside and they were robbed. People came in and asked for the weed and money. They knew too much. Sometimes my sister moved incorrectly. On top of being stubborn. They tried to shoot my nephew in the head but missed. The police didn't even find the bullet or do anything. After they left, I traced the entry points and found the bullet we bagged for evidence. My mother was terrified and my nephew better be thankful. He was traumatized after that day. He started doing heavy drugs and possibly prostituting. One day he said he was in LA and the men loved him down there. I asked him, what the fuck you mean? Are you prostituting? He said no. I just didn't like how he said men love him. I still think he was doing something strange for change. The truth and nothing but the truth, I am a god. 52. Our manager had us working like slaves, but the money was great. He ended up being a monster. He was fucking this girl Chili Bean that had a drug problem. He had a drug problem too. Him and another coworker used to smoke weed and do amongst other things at the job. It was affecting us as a whole. We were already in Oakland and considered the ghetto. And we were the outlet. He told us in a meeting one day he was God and no one would believe us. He was out of control, plus he embarrassed me and my other coworkers in front of clients. When he made me cry, it was over. I told the crew I was going to get his ass out of there. One day he asked me to make a store run. He passed me a folded dollar. I used to do powder, so I knew what it was. I asked him, what's that white stuff on the dollar bill? He said he did not know, he got it from McDonald's. I tasted the white powder substance and confirmed it was cocaine. He stayed in his office all day. We didn't hear shit from him. I thought it was hilarious. I knew I had the power. My co-workers asked, what did I do to him? When you play with my hard-earned money and embarrass me, it's game over. So what did I do? I went after his queen Chili Bean. I was going to fuck her up one day, because she knew she was crossing us and we were a family. On top of that, she was playing with my money. I spilled the beans and told him everything she told me. I told him I tried to tell him he couldn't trust that bitch. That was the reason I started going bad on him from all the shit he was doing and saying about us. That night he went home and almost killed that girl. She came to work the next day. Her eyes were so red. We could tell he choked her out. I felt bad, but I will always protect the ones I love. She finally spoke up. The district manager came and spoke with us and asked why we did not speak up. I called bullshit and told him we did. All they cared about was numbers, and the money we were bringing in. They had moved best friend. Because old boy tried to put everything on me. Like I was the problem to cover up his shit. I told Mr. G the company and him put us all at risk. I became an assistant manager and also Mr. C, one of my coworkers, became manager. I was literally trained in 3 days and I got it. It's like that with all jobs, give me 3, I'm good. He really didn't want to be manager and got sick to the point we had to find a new manager. Which Mr. C ended up dying and that hurt. He was a good man. I was helping a friend with taxes and I offered to help some supposed to be family out. Well, other people had their information, but they accused me of trying to steal from them. It was hella drama and these bitches were ignorant. Things settled down. One night my sis and cousin were all getting drunk and chilling. The truth and nothing but the truth, I am a god. 53. My cousin brings up the tax shit. As my therapist already told me one day I would flip out. I grabbed that bitch by her neck and had her pinned up on the fence, legs dangling. I was sick of people thinking I was weak. They really didn't know or believe my past. I told that bitch. Y'all credit ain't shit. I don't need shit from y'all broke bitches. My credit was good and I had money. When I came around niggas they would say I smell money. I was the chick who was respected and different. My mom came out of the house. That also triggered me, because she didn't love me like I wanted and needed her love. They calmed me down and we smashed off in our cars. We ended up at a sideshow and I hit someone's car. I hopped out and people surrounded me and they started jumping on my car and bust out my back window. Luckily I didn't have a gun because I was on one. My sister was like, get in the car and go. I told the people they had me fucked up. I was going to kill they ass. I tried to run them over. I woke up the next day, my sister said I was so drunk. My mom was like, that was scary. I told them it was in me. I have just changed. My sister also told me they kept asking me for money. I was dishing it out. Like I said, I was looked upon as an ATM. One day I'm at my sister's place. Mom, sister and I are vibing. Mom is cooking, so I go into the kitchen and sit in the chair. The whole chair broke. I was on the floor cracking up, we all were. My mom said, your big fat ass broke my chair. My sister said the chair was already broken, but they had glued it together. Another time I'm chilling with my sis. We had a room and a serious smoke session. We kept good, especially being from the Bay. We are leaving and we are in the car. My niece was with us too. My sis turned around in a panic. This fool said she thinks she left her shoes. Me and my niece looked at each other and my niece said, your shoes are on your feet. She looked down and was like, oh. We start cracking up like, what's going on here? I'm too high for this. I loved being with my family. We had some good times. Another time I'm with my sis and niece. We are at Walmart stealing in front of the cameras. Literally looking up at the cameras laughing. I had a tiny purse. We hit one Walmart, got away. Then we hit the one everyone stole from in San Leandro. I got caught. They take me to the back. I was trying to talk to the police officer. The security guard and my sis is going at it. To the point the officer and I tell them both to shut up. I got a ticket, had to go to court. I stole $189 worth of stuff. Things I didn't even use. The officer was like, how did you fit all that in your purse? Like I told him I was scared and just stuffing. The truth and nothing but the truth, I am a god. 54. Everybody knew not to steal with me, because I was scary. I was just being an idiot that day doing dumb shit. When I went to court the charges was dropped. I told the judge I did it. He was like, no you didn't. I told him I did. He said no, it was the people I was with. Being real thieves usually have a rap sheet for stealing, and I had none. I told my PD I was on federal probation and at the time I was in the halfway house too. The PD said, we not telling them shit. God is good, once again he saved my dumbass. One night I got into a car accident, luckily I wasn't speeding. This drunk Mexican T-boned my car. He also left the scene. I was so hysterical. I told the police officer my Michael Kors dress was ruined. I also told him I needed to go to work the next day. How was I going to get to work when I was a manager? It was horrible, but he calmed me down. I went home. The next day my face was fucked up. Body hurting, I still went to work. My district manager was like, no, go home. I was a workaholic, but my money was good. Plus I don't live above my means. Life was good. I finally felt I was getting to that grown woman status. I was such a player. I had dudes I was talking to sending my husband money. I told any guy the first talk to. One day my husband was coming to get me. I did what I did, but was very loyal. I had a situation where I was being stalked by this guy and this girl. Their plan was to kidnap me and sell me. They used to come to my job and follow me. It was crazy. When I asked my husband for help, he couldn't and wouldn't help me. I had to ask my other people. Eventually the harassment stopped. My granny was sick with cancer. It was looking bad. I was so sad, because I was close to my granny and really loved her even though she was messy. I used to go to her house, listen to stories and look at pictures. I remember one day my cousin told her I smoke weed. I didn't want her to know out of respect. My granny said as she looked at my cousin. At least she don't ask me for money. Which I didn't. I didn't ask anyone. I will do without needs and wants until I get it. My granny is in the hospital and she is dying. They were giving her chemo. The doctors said she was miraculously healing. It wasn't the chemo that was healing her. My family is gifted and healers amongst other things. They couldn't understand. It was unbelievable how fast she was healing. My granny started saying her goodbyes. We were crying and my granny looked at us with strength. She said, "What the fuck you crying for? Y'all gonna die one day too." We looked at each other. Shut up and wiped them tears. Granny was so gangster to me. Everyone was coming to see Granny. My niece, her favorite, hadn't made it yet. There was nothing my niece could do that was wrong in my granny's eyes. My granny had her favorites. The lighter you are, the more she loved you. The darker you are, she treats you like shit. She the truth and nothing but the truth. I am a god. 55. Didn't like dark-skinned people. She used to tell me when I was little to get out of the sun before I got darker. We get the call, Granny is going downhill. Me and my mom all rushed to the hospital. We all meet up and my Aunt Elle walks up with her husband. We all are shocked. He looks like skin and bones. She kept talking about me and my husband, this and that, like we were jealous. We were all headed up. I looked at everyone and politely said, "Uncle E on crack, y'all." We all started cracking up as always. They said I wasn't shit. Hey, it's okay, I enjoy it, at least I'm honest. My granny's organs started to fail. It was time for her to go. My niece hasn't made it yet. My granny was looking in the corner saying no, no wait. She kept repeating it. I know what I heard and seen. I told my aunt, and she said it was the drugs. I was like no. It wasn't, they came to get her. I felt our ancestors there. She passed away March 13th. Truth be told, after my cousin passed, she didn't want to be here anymore. She made the decision to leave. Like I said, she was healing rapidly. We leave the room and let them clean her, do their thing. We are waiting, come to find out they were putting her in the body bag. We haven't even said our last goodbyes. Why did they do that? My Uncle E loved my granny. He went off ready to fight people, and he had hands. It triggered my nephew, and those two are ridiculous. My family is pissed they already placed her in the body bag, just disrespectful. I'm in the corner watching it go down. I'm not even gonna lie, I'm cracking up, because this is normal for our family. My cousin, she goes off, because they are talking about kicking us out. She is embarrassed, feeling like we can't do anything together as a family, not even this. It's funny but not funny. Things calm down because the people are scared shitless. We say our goodbyes. I was broken, because now I'm feeling alone. The only person I felt really loved me is now gone. Because my family treats me like shit. My granny one day told me, "You know them people don't like you. Why do you fuck with them?" She was talking about my mom, sis, and cousin. Life goes on, what can I do, but keep looking and pushing forward. I look back only to realize the lessons and remember the good times. I was working and my aunt was calling everyone, just talking reckless, messing with people. She called me while at work. Told me that my granny didn't want me to go to the funeral. She and my family blamed me for my cousin's murder. It sent me over the edge. It really hurt my feelings, because I believed her. I wasn't going to go to my granny's funeral. Our family was already fighting with each other, and arguing over my granny's stuff. I felt it was just disrespectful. She wasn't even buried yet. I remember when my granny was sick. We was the truth and nothing but the truth. I am a god. 56. At her house and they were plotting on her stuff like she was already dead. I was pissed and told my granny. They were all mad at me, but oh well. My family came to her house claiming jewelry and looking for her money she left. All I wanted was pictures of the family. That was our history and I remembered the stories she used to tell me. We had her funeral, but the song she wanted wasn't played. My aunt had the money my granny left. Was in charge of the funeral. The funeral was super ghetto. After we had the funeral we headed to the burial grounds. After saying our goodbyes and leaving, my phone started blinking. It never did that before. I knew she was trying to communicate with me. My aunt that had the money spent it all on her and her husband. It was sad, because literally some of my family fist fought. It was all behind money. Which I was making wonderful money. I never cared about the money or her jewelry. I felt all her living children should have got something. One day I'm over at my sis' house. We were chilling. Somehow the conversation came up about my granny. I told my mom granny was a hoe. She said bitch. My mom ain't no hoe. Don't talk about my dead mother. I said but she was, because she told me pussy cost. My sister told my mom the same. She was like fuck both of you bitches. My mom said I was a hoe, and I said you're right. I'm a hoe, your daughter is a hoe and you're a hoe. My mom said I did what I had to do. I looked at my sister and she said bitch you ain't shit. I was cracking up, because I was playing about us being hoes. I was working and been working. My cape was put up. I'm working and living life and it's pretty stable. I lived in the Dubs on 27th. One day I'm walking to the store and I see my mom with her bestie. My mom tells me you are fat. I hadn't seen her in a while and I was fat, but still cute. My mom's friend said don't talk to her like that. That's rude and mean. OMG, why did she say that? My mother looked at her and said. Don't tell me about my child. I popped out this coochie. My daughter never had a stomach. She always had a fat ass, thick hips, big titties and no stomach. Like I said she is fat. Then she looked at her friend, and said bitch you fat too. I told my mom that's not nice. She said, but it's true and she was telling the truth. My god mom, who is her bestie, has little legs and a huge upper body. I'm not shit, I end up laughing. I got a bad problem with laughing in people's face. I'm goofy and if it's true, it's true. Plus, with all the stories I was told how my god mom treated my mom. I was just okay with them. The truth and nothing but the truth. I am a god. 57. My roommate was mad, because I wasn't fucking him anymore. I was paying my own way. He used to steal my shit, eat all my food. Just a total dick. He wanted me to move and it was hard having my pit ice Daddy Jones. He ends up taking my dog across town. I end up finding my dog. Then my sis needed me to watch her dog. I had 3 dogs, because I also had Teddy which was my mother's dog she couldn't take care of. I put ice outside and that's when he poisoned my baby. I buried my dog in the backyard. It was time to go, because he was playing in my face. He was about to bring out Anastasia. The boyfriend I had at the time used to take me out and slide for him. He was also a pimp, but never knew I was an escort before. He ended up falling for me, because I was square, but I wasn't. I used to drink and drive. I got into so many car accidents. Been in 2 police chases. I got away with still while on probation. I complied so it wasn't even like I was on probation. One night I was drunk going 100 down E14. I'm by seminary and the first car hesitated, but made the turn. I was going so fast. I knew it scared the driver. They went to turn and froze. Luckily I'm divinely protected and I got bars baby. I shot into the wrong side of the road to avoid the accident. Dude that was driving behind me slowed his ass down too. Because that was some scary shit. If I didn't have bars. That night I would have killed myself and whoever else was in that car. I had a fucking problem. A need for speed. Funny thing is I used to be afraid to drive because of being in car accidents when I was young. I loved a good race. Plus, I have had many races. Mostly with guys. We all drove fast in the town scraping. Another time me and this Mexican dude were doing 100 down E14. To the point people pulling the fuck over like we were the police. They see us coming. We got to 98th and stopped at the light. I rolled down my window and once they saw it was me, a girl, they were shocked. The females that were with them were going dumb. Because I won that race. They were juiced. I had bars like that. We said our goodbyes and went our separate ways. I'm just glad I never killed anyone or myself. I was staying in a room and I had a best friend with me. Most people say we act like we are married. Truth be told, he was more like a brother to me and helped me when I needed it. I also realized I depended on him more than I should at times. I do and will always appreciate him. One day I ordered some chicken lettuce wraps. I get my food and decide to take a shower. I came back and Teddy ate my food. His fat ass had the empty box and bag stuck to him. He politely walked past me and went to jail kennel. Thing is, he couldn't get in the kennel all the way. Because of the box and bag. Hella funny, he really was a handful. The truth and nothing but the truth, I am a god. 58. After that I ordered more food and got sick. I didn't know my gallbladder was going bad. I thought it was food poisoning. I found my first apartment and my best friend that was in love with me moved in. His wife was a total bitch, only wanted him for his money. I was always trying to save my friend. Plus she knew about me and hated me. One day we are in the house smoking and this fool comes to my door half naked with water glistening over his fat ass. I asked him what's wrong and he said he was having a panic attack. Trying to smoke weed like me. I told him to go get his blanket and come into my room. Got him calm and went back to studying. I was new at my apartment and already having issues. People was stealing packages, someone called the police on me talking about animal abuse. I'm sitting on the toilet rolling a blunt. Still on probation, but not getting piss test, because all they know is I'm complying. My roommate answers the door. The police see my sister's baby come to the door, wagging her tail with her blankie. Teddy comes to the door happy, with his toy in his mouth. I get up and go to the door. My fur babies are happy living life. The police also saw toys scattered around the living room. He said he could see the claim was bogus. I told him to come in to see how much food and snacks they had. I put them outside. It was cold, but they had a big tent outside. I put them outside only to clean the house and let them back in. My place smelled freshly cleaned. They left and I saw red. I politely went outside and made a public announcement. I told them, I will fuck you up behind my kids. My kids are well taken care of. Better than y'all dirty, nasty, dusty kids. If you have a problem, come see me. One day while headed to work on the stormy monsoon day, I totaled my car, the black Mobile. This person was speeding by me. My tires were bald, and I ended up spinning out. I used to think I was going to die in a car accident. I went to the car lot and got my first car, a Nissan Altima. My credit score was Caucasian. I didn't have to put anything down. My best friend was like, how do you do it? God, I always told him. I paid my car note for a few months. I was learning law and stopped paying my car note. Yay, they were mad, but hey, I love to read and I came across Jules. I'm not afraid to try stuff, so I start getting into my studies and paperwork. One day I walk in the house. I cannot find Teddy. I am in panic mode, like where is my fur baby? We are looking all over. I can't find him. Then we hear a crunch. I looked in my cabinet and he was in the dog food bag. It was a big bag, plus he was cute, small and chunky. My baby loved to eat. Him and my sister's fur baby used to open doors and cabinets. Eat their food and snacks. I would be pissed, but my baby's was spoiled. The truth and nothing but the truth, I am a god. 59. I ended up getting sick and was literally dying. I ended up getting fired from my job, because the people in the warehouse didn't do their jobs. But because they were there longer and the dude's mother was over the warehouse, they fired me. I told people I was going to sue their ass. People were scared, so I went into my phone book and found some old coworkers that were wronged and started a class action suit against them. One day I get a call and people are telling me they got paid for the class action. I never got my money. I don't know if the attorney ran off or died with my money. One day I ran into the dude that stole the furniture. I went off telling him how I got fired and how he played me. I didn't know this guy, all I knew was he got me fired for stealing that furniture. It was a white leather sofa and loveseat. He gave me some free food and apologized. What can I say? What's done is done, so I let it go. My husband knows I'm sick, but he wants me to start a publication company called Empire. I told him he shouldn't use Empire. He got the idea off the TV show, because it was cracking. He didn't want me to get help from anyone in fear they would steal his work. I was spending money I did not have. Plus he wanted me to send him money, because of his gambling problem. He didn't care that I was sick and he just wanted me to do his work. I loved him and was loyal to him, so I did just that. I stayed up nights and days putting that company together. So when he got out he did not have to turn to the streets like I did. I did flyers, business cards, built the website myself, logo, book cover, t-shirts, etc. I'm a fast learner, so it was good. He was name-dropping some people at the time you would see on TV. They all felt like, how do I keep doing it? I exceeded people's expectations once again. When I would give him suggestions, he start acting like I was trying to steal his work or his ideas. He told me one day that he had to stop his Mexican partners from hurting me. He said he needed money and that I was trying to steal his work. We start to argue a lot. It was horrible. I published his work on Amazon. I was glad everything was done. Life is a struggle. I'm sick to the point I can't work. I was living off my money and not making money. I had a little help from my boyfriend. No support from my family, even though I had my sister's dog. She never came to see her or gave me money for her fur baby. It didn't matter, she was good and I loved her. My babies were well taken care of. I was sick for 6 months, basically alone. My best friend cut on me and left me with the bills. Come to find out, because he wanted me to be his woman and I had a boyfriend. Looking back, my boyfriend could have done better. I was going back and forth to the hospital. They would give me pills and I don't like pills. The truth and nothing but the truth. I am a god. 60. I googled my symptoms and started trying to heal myself. Which I was better, but still not fully better. I went alkaline, no meat or dairy. I started making everything from scratch. I did a cleanse, but still knew I was dying. My heart was getting weak. I ended up going to Highland Hospital. I told them my gallbladder was bad. They asked me how I know. I told them I googled my symptoms. They did an ultrasound. They came back and told me I was right. The doctor asked me how I was still living. I said God first, changed my way of thinking and eating. In order to get my surgery, I needed money or insurance. Shit was hard. The lady basically said, I have to have money, insurance, or I would die. I wanted to work, but was too sick to work and didn't qualify for Obamacare. Didn't make enough money to get insurance. My dude had to come up with $1,500 to help me. Which he had me sliding for him. After paying for my surgery. These people start taking so much of my blood. To the point my mom started to question why they were taking all her daughter's blood. It was so serious, it was like I was a lab rat with some hidden secrets. I know it's in my blood. My blood is encrypted with who I am. My heart is so weak. It took them about a week to get me in for surgery. Being the hospital is for trauma patients. Every day someone was getting shot. I patiently waited and my heart got weaker by the day. I held on though. My pulse was as low as 43. The doctor kept asking me if I was fine. Which I was. I was just ready for my surgery. They told my mom, and my surgery would be 45 minutes. It ends up being 4 hours. I don't know what they was doing to me, but after surgery they had me literally fucked up. They wanted to go back inside me, and I refused. My mother and sister got mad at me. Because I would not let them move in with me. They were always fighting, and if you raised your voice too loud the police were coming deep. I lived in Antioch, California. All I had was my boyfriend half-ass. The hospital gave me pills and I told them I was allergic to them. Secondly, my heart was weak and I had complications. So me taking pills was not an option. I was in so much pain in that house by myself. My dude would come over, but not like he should. He had my car, because I couldn't drive. I was going to the doctors every month for a year and was not getting better. The doctors tried to say I was crazy. Nothing was wrong with me. I know how my body worked and I was very athletic. I said fuck the doctors. The sun was killing me. I used to always sit in the sun to get my energy. I could barely breathe and had dizzy spells. I ended up letting the apartment go, because my boyfriend didn't want to help me even though he could have. I told my sister she had to come get her dog, which she acted like I abused her. The truth and nothing but the truth. I am a god. 61. Dog. As I said, if I'm not cashing out they really didn't mess with me. Teddy and I stayed in rooms and bounced around here and there. One day I felt better, like I could eat without getting sick, and let me tell you, I'm staying at Motel 6. My dude comes to get me. We go to Red Robin's to eat. I ordered a burger and fries. Everything is going fine, then my tummy starts rumbling. We were only 15 minutes away from the room. I should have gone to the bathroom before we left. I was trying to rush him. He was driving as fast as he could. We pulled up and I can't hold it. Shit is coming out. He told me to get out of his car, which was my car. He complained about having to wash the seats and how nasty I was. I was sick. It wasn't my fault. I walk up to my room and realize it's a trail of shit behind me. So quick thinking. I walked around the corner of my room and stopped at this door. Then I backtracked and went to clean up. I get dressed and come out of the shower. I hear people talking. I go outside and some people are like, look, it's a trail of shit. I was like, wow. I can't believe it. Someone shit themselves. We follow the trail and see whose door it leads to. We all laugh and talk shit. I was dying inside thinking, thank the Lord. I got fast thinking. Couldn't claim that fuck up. I told y'all I ain't shit, literally. I could have been the spokesperson for Depends. I ended up in Stockton staying with a friend really into my studies, learning the credit game, which led me to law. Also, because my identity was stolen while in the hospital. Motherfuckers was trying to get a house in my name. I couldn't be mad, only fix it. Reason I couldn't be mad was I had stolen credit card numbers before. I knew it was my karma. Plus my boyfriend had me still sliding in order to help me. I had to put in the work. While in Stockton I met this broad that needed help. I was staying upstairs and downstairs in the same apartment paying 2 rents. She seemed cool at the time. I rolled with her to the trap house, because her sister was on meth. They left me at the trap spot not on any funny stuff. Just going to the store. I could not do all that walking. My body was still healing from surgery. And I was still having complications. When they got back, I had all the dudes coloring with me. Hella funny, but they were digging my vibe. And we was just chilling. I had everyone on Zen mode. Long story short, old girl's dude came back. My partner at the time came to visit me. He was a ex from the rich. I broke his heart and he wasn't the same, but we was still cool. I paid old girl's rent, and they flipped on us. The police was called, it was a lot of drama. We end up leaving. We also came back to be honest with bad intentions. We rolled up on old boy's partner. My ex whoops out. I screamed no. God was with us all. The truth and nothing but the truth. I am a god. 62. My ex was a well-known gang member from the rich. The police knew he had guns and was into all kinds of stuff. They would lock him up, but never could get a solid conviction. My ex knew about the UCC and law and was glad when I asked him about it. He told me I had game for a person that had been studying for 10 years. I was teaching him things he didn't know. He was raw. He also had me helping him on some paperwork. We knew a lot of the same stuff. But what I do is lawful. Plus I try to protect myself from all equations. He didn't look out for me like he could or should. He ended up down the line calling me a dirty Moor. Because I set up boundaries. Which Moor is a person that has dark hair, dark skin. I have seen him take people's houses. He does it through the Secretary of State in the county. It is legal, not lawful to me. What I will say, it's the game. You either got it or you don't. I gave it to everyone for the free. I like playing on the board. I know I am successful. Reason I was attacked. I ended up having my roommate upstairs meet me and give me my stuff. I went back to the bay. I'm still sick trying to heal. Unstable just wanting to get stronger. I need to get back to work and get my stability back. I ended up staying with my aunt. I paid her rent, but she really didn't want me there. My baby sister was staying with her. One day we were talking and she got mad, because the story she was telling wasn't correct. I would not agree with her. She was crazy and fought all of her nieces except me. She told me, she didn't want me there. I asked why she took my rent money. Then she said something in regards to my cousin's death. I think it was because she hated me and wished it was me that got killed instead of him. Whatever it was I can't remember. It set me the fuck off. I beat that bitch up. I was the last niece she hadn't fought and considered the scariest and weakest. She ended up calling the police even though she did hit me first. She also cut my cord to my laptop knowing I was studying law, credit, and the system as a whole. She wouldn't give me my money back. I end up going to stay with my mom and godmom. Plus my sister was going to jail on the weekends. I used to get her truck, go pick her up. One day my mom told me my sister said, she could have some money. I gave it to her on top of I couldn't get my sister's truck started. Because her truck was janky. My godmom took me to go get my baby sister. She sees my godmom and instantly start talking shit. She said that bitch fucked up my car. Then she gets in the car and sees me. I told her I couldn't get it started. My mom also said my sister said she could get $10. She flipped out like why did you give her my money? She talked so crazy to me with her ungrateful ass. When we got to the truth and nothing but the truth I am a god. 63. The house my mom denied asking for the money like I just gave her the money. Instead of my sister believing me she took my mom's side. She went to start up her raggedy ass truck. It started right up no problem. She knew her janky ass truck better than anybody. It was over with her and my mom ganging up on me. Emotionally once again hurting me. One day while on the phone with my husband my mom flipped out on me. She said she was going to kill me and was trying to stab me. Mind you I'm still sick and just need some help. Trying to get better so I can work. My husband was like what the fuck. He said she sounded like the devil and get the fuck out of there. My godmom saw how they treated me. She asked her daughter if I could move into the apartment to help her with the bills. Plus look after the apartment since she was a traveling nurse. My godmom used to come over to get high. As she said party favors. My mom had no clue I was staying with my god sister. One night my godmom called her dealer over, and me and him became cool. She was trying to sell me to him for dope, and he told me. He was my late night donut spot guy. We became really cool. I ended up meeting this homeless chick. I used to feed her, let her come in the house to wash her buns. She started taking me around the hood and I was meeting people. Of course I was cool with a lot of the guys around. Even my fur baby Teddy had their respect. We were in West Oakland. We stayed across the street from the West Oakland BART. We also hung in the lower bottoms. One day we went to the store and the guys were talking shit about Teddy. I told them Teddy was listening, because my fur baby was far from stupid. He was fat and cute but a beast. He was about to earn his stripes and respect. The guys called him a pretty boy sucka. There was this lady and Minnie Doberman. I knew Teddy wanted to fight. He used to run up on Pitts. I put him down and let him get his shit off. He was fucking the dog up. We broke up the fight and Teddy now had the respect of the hood niggas. They were giving Teddy his props and everyone turned on that lady even though Teddy started that fight. I had to stop the people from jumping on that lady and her dog. Hella funny and messed up. Hey, we weren't no suckers, we just looked like it. The beast was in us, not just on us, ya dig. I end up meeting and fucking with the man over there. I never had an issue with finding a man. Everywhere I go I get attention. I got a nice body and face. Not to mention I'm smart as fuck. A real hustler go-getter. Old boy started claiming me as his girlfriend and my homegirl was hating on me. Come to find out she liked women, and wanted to fuck with me. I wasn't into women anymore, that was many years behind me. Plus I knew by God it was wrong. The truth and nothing but the truth, I am a god. 64. I stopped talking to old boy. He was cool, but even though he was the man running shit, he was getting high off his own supply. We were cool, but I just couldn't allow him to claim me. My god sister started coming home and things went downhill. She took my food stamps and spent most of all my stamps like it was good. I was still sick building myself back up. One day I came into her house and her mom told me I need to stop talking about them. I had no clue what they were talking about. I was going up the stairs and my god sister said something. I politely turned around and asked her what the fuck she said. I told them what my homegirl told me they said about me. They were charging me more rent than my god sister actually paid. She had Section 8. Her rent was a little bit of nothing. I told them they better keep my fucking name out their mouth or I would fuck her up in her own shit and her fat ass mama. Which down the line after telling my mom. She said she had warned them that we were violent, especially the little one. We will also fuck you up in your own house. I walked up on them to show I wasn't playing. Her and her daughter were scary. I felt they were trying to take advantage of me and I was sick of it. I heard stories about how they got down. Stealing people's information, did my mom wrong all the time. My god sister and I kept getting into it. She called the police on me and said I was making fake checks. Which was a lie. I was creating BOEs, way above their thought process. I explained to the police and showed them my paperwork. They were very intrigued. They stated they heard of people like me but never met anyone like me. After that they knew my god sister was full of shit. This broad started locking me out doing hella shit. One day I couldn't find Teddy and I went into panic mode. He was all I really had, that was my child. I got drunk and went looking for my baby. Some kids told me some neighbors had my baby. They showed me the apartment. I went and knocked on the door. Come to find out it wasn't Teddy. I told them I was coming to fuck them up. Which we end up being cool. My partner came over. The one my god sister's mom tried to sell me to. He snapped me back into reality, because Anastasia was about to come out. Truth be told, that bitch was violent and unpredictable. Sometimes she scares me. I didn't want the beast to come out. Chapter 6, the beginning to the end. I just wanted to stay Tiffany aka beautiful, the sweet loving person I knew I was. Life was getting to me, but I hurried up and got it together. I found my child and they cut his nuts off, but I had my child. I kept studying and trying things. A good friend who I love helped me bounce back. We used to go to this park with this big hill and we would walk every day until I could walk up the hill. I wasn't 100 but was on my way to it. The truth and nothing but the truth, I am a god. 65. He went to Vegas on a family trip. He called me and told me being in Vegas he realized how I should have been there with him. Also how much he liked me. Then he ghosted me and I was sad, feeling stupid, because I really liked him. I could see us building. People used to do him wrong and like me he looked out for a lot of people who never gave him credit or showed appreciation. I find out later down the line. His baby mama got sick. She had cancer, he had to go take care of her and the kids. Which I understood. Then my god sister kicked me out, which was good. Best friend found me a spot to go to. It was nasty and a dump. But I've stayed in trap houses so it was what it was. I just needed a place to stay. I cleaned up and settled in. It was okay for the time being. I just needed stability to learn what I needed to know. I didn't know my life was about to be turned upside down even more. My best friend is working at Ashley Furniture in Emeryville. He offered me a job but I was still sick trying to get it together and study. It was nights I had no food and I depended on my best friend. Which he used to let me down a lot, but still someone I could count on. Then my best friend hit me one day and said he met this basketball player that played for the Warriors. He said old boy wanted to help the community as well. I was excited about someone I could share my vision with. I sent a picture and he was hooked. He called me homegrown, because I was just that. My best friend told me not to hit him with too much information. Especially about me not being black. When I said that things went downhill. He told me even his girlfriend looked at herself as being black. I understand that by law being any color you were considered non-existent. I was trying to explain that to him. But he wasn't listening or hearing what I said. He felt, because he was a college student, he was smarter and better than me. We used to go at it with each other. My mouth is fly, so I would go in on him. All I wanted was his help to use his platform to teach my people. To help my community. I told him to society he was ugly. He looked like a real coon. He was crunchy black, with big pink lips. He can't even keep his mouth closed. I told him only reason women mess with him is for that money. Take away what my father blessed him with. Then what would he have? I used to stay telling him he was facially challenged. One thing about me, if you don't already know. I don't value money, I just get it. I also view everyone equal. You typically, once you know a person's story, you start to like them. I did just that. Before the basketball games he wanted me to take nude pictures and talk crazy to him. I did just that, and we was winning. He was killing the game. He called me his ladybug. His good luck charm. It was a team effort. We text every day and his girlfriend knew it. I was a threat and the truth and nothing but the truth. I am a god. 66. We started fighting over him. He had a private investigator follow me and do background checks. He wanted to be with me. We had a crazy connection, like a love and hate thing. I kept telling him I didn't want his money. I was very clear, I only wanted his platform. I told him people around him wanted him for his money, including his concubine. Me and her start going at it. I tried to prove to him I was loyal and wanted him for him, not his money. He was afraid to be with me. Because he was afraid of what his friends, family, and society would think about me. Because I wasn't fully at my fullest potential. And he could not see or understand my vision. Like before Mr. L, another basketball player, started his school. I told him he needed to start a school. I wanted to teach law and the system as a whole. I just wanted to teach everything that I knew to my people. His ugly ass is stalking me right along with his girlfriend. They both want me. It was like a sick game to them. Since I was her competition, she had to dig up dirt on me. She dug up dirt on me about my past with me being AP tutor whore. She was going to everyone I knew to get information, so I thought, I'm confronting people, going in on them. Come to find out she is going to my husband and he is crossing me. How did I figure this out? Because I am a seer. God reveals things to me. Nevertheless, I continue to fight for this man's love and platform. Even my best friend was hating on me. He knew I had slave feet, not even going to lie. I did not take care of my feet and they looked horrible. He decided to show them a picture of my feet being a snake. But I tell you that he didn't want to tell them that he was a trick of mine cashing me out. CD Magic, we will call the basketball player, is taking up a lot of my time with his needy, clingy ass. I'm trying to study law to put myself and people in a better position. I did practically everything he asked me to. He kept promising me he was going to give me money and pay me for my time. Which he never did. It wasn't about the money anyway. He keeps stringing me on and I keep letting him. He tells me I need to get my car back from my ex. I end up getting my car back and at least I'm mobile now. One day I go to Taco Bell. I'm sitting in the Taco Bell parking lot, and this man comes up to my car. He tells me I'm beautiful. All I could think of is he's about to beg for money. He said he was a monk and he had a message for me from God. He told me to stay beautiful inside. He also told me some things that went on in my life that nobody knew. He told me to keep my faith, because I was about to go through some tough times in my life. But I would be okay. Because I've already been through tough times and I made it out many of times. If you don't believe in magic, I'm telling you, I just saw magic with my own eyes. The truth and nothing but the truth. I am a god. 67. He had me take a piece of paper and write down some stuff. It was my pen and paper. He never touched me or my car. The paper I wrote on, what I wrote changed in my hand. Talk about some scary shit. I broke down and cried. Like, how is this happening? He told me it was people around me who were jealous of me. He said I will figure it out. He asked for money. I gave him what I could. He walked away and I sat and cried in disbelief. As quick as I saw him in my mirror, I blinked and he was gone. I got out of the car and was looking around. A part of me was shocked. A part of me scared. I'm still talking to Mr. D Magic and we are getting closer. He wanted me to pick him up from the airport and get a room. I got the room earlier that day. His girlfriend came and wrote on my car bitch. Ling Ling aka pretty girl didn't even know how to spell bitch. She was only good for reading a script and doing what she was told. The weather is bad and he keeps playing. Asking me to come, then don't come get him. I picked up my best friend, and we were about to chill. I'm on the phone, and I flipped out. I was sick of the games. I knew I was a good person, and just needed help. I ended up going down a one-way and we got into a head-on collision. Mind you, I'm still on the phone with this asshole Mr. D Magic. I almost killed my best friend, myself, plus the guy the first hit. It was my fault. I broke down in front of everyone. I got on my knees and asked God what he wanted from me. I was trying to do right. I helped people when I didn't have it. All I wanted was help. Like God, why have you forsaken me? Mr. D Magic hears everything I say. To him and his girlfriend my life is a game. They thought the shit was funny and I knew they both were playing with me. Dude hugged me and assured me he was okay. He forgave me. Then I flipped out. I told the police they couldn't take me to jail. I wasn't giving them no SSN, fuck them. I called them crackers, niggers, and coons. They handcuffed my ass. My friend said he overheard them saying she is not like us. We can't take her to jail. We have to let her go and they did just that. They let me go. I had no license, insurance, or registration. I don't belong to the United States Corporation. I belong to the United States of America. They had no jurisdiction over me. He had to call 2 Ubers, and I finally got in. We went to my room. I was hurting and cold. So I got in the tub. I remember throwing up. Then I fell asleep. Best friend said I wouldn't wake up for 30 minutes. When I woke up I was still in the tub. I got out of the tub and just wanted to sleep. I remember the paramedics coming in. Asking me if I wanted to go to the hospital. The truth and nothing but the truth, I am a god. 68. I told them I just wanted to go to sleep. I wanted to be left alone. Best friend ended up going to the hospital, because he broke his collarbone. His arm was injured as well. He spent 2 or 3 days in the hospital. I woke up after checkout. I explained the situation and the front desk understood my situation. I had no phone, just a few bags. I looked homeless and people treated me homeless. I was physically messed up. I finally found a lady that drove me to my cousin's house. Then my sis took me to my car to get my stuff. They took all my stuff. All my clothes, because I got into it with my roommate. I put my stuff in my car. I reached out to Mr. D Magic. He said, well, you wanted to help your community, there you go. He knew they stole all my stuff and I could have died, because he was playing with me. Even after that I still tried to show him I was loyal. I had to be the biggest dummy. I ended up going with my sister to her new spot in Bakersfield. When I tell you my legs were so bruised, I had short-term memory loss. I was in bad shape. I wanted to die and just give up. I needed to go to the hospital, but I was over life. My face and head had cuts, legs looked like beat up meat. My legs were black and purple. You would have thought my dumb behind got the picture. I was talking to Mr. D Magic for 6 months and I saw his good and bad. I couldn't let him go. I still fought for him. Sending pictures before the game, because I told him I had him and meant it. I showed it by action. He said he didn't know if he was scared or impressed with my willpower. We looked at each other like Joker and Harley. I grew to love him and for this reason only. He told me as a kid he used to get bullied. The kids wouldn't let him play basketball so he would take the ball and sit on the court until they gave in. I understood his fight and how he believed in himself no matter what people said. I was trying to show him we were the same. I just wanted to love him, because I knew he had people around him only because of his money, including his girlfriend because she told me. She said her daughter was a business baby. She had her for the money. Her baby daddy was another basketball player but playing overseas. Not like the jackpot she had. She said under different circumstances. We probably would have been cool. But she had to secure the bag. He was her insurance policy. She was jealous of his and I connection. It wasn't physical, it was mental and spiritual, but he didn't see the spiritual part. I was his blessing God sent. I knew he didn't know who he could trust. I couldn't fight for him anymore. I walked away with my head up knowing I was the prize. He would see one day, and it would be too late. The truth and nothing but the truth. I am a God. 69. He missed his crown and throne. God told me we were supposed to do great things. Take over some things, because he had the resources to help our people. God never will take away our free will. He chose a look and money over God's plan. I start concentrating on my studies and myself again. I had to build my health back up. My tooth was hurting, so I asked my mom for a pain pill. She said she had antibiotics. I was like, cool, I got an abscess on my tooth. She gave me the pills and kept talking about it's good to take them when your coochie is messed up. I'm like, okay. Then she was trying to insinuate something was wrong with my coochie. I showed her my swollen gums. She kept saying it's good to take them, because my coochie is messed up. Then she did my sister the same way. My sister was getting mad like her coochie is fine. It was hilarious, because my mom was not trying to hear us. Sis and I end up going back to the bay. While in the bay we get a call that a guy friend got killed. He was my crip friend learning about sliding. He was doing robbery and the security guard took him out. I was sad, because sliding was better than robbing. Plus he was learning and I was going to game him up. I ended up staying, because I needed a job. I was sick of being broke. I ended up staying with my partner. At what I thought was his house. Everything was cool. I used to sit on the couch and study putting a plan together. I started posting snap videos of what I was learning. Like sending free mail, cleaning credit. I even showed people how to start a credit repair company for free, being broke. My website was hacked and stolen. I applied for jobs and ended up working for Instacart. I used to walk to BART and work to save money. Plus my body was still messed up from the car accident. I took and showed people me on my journey. I was being very transparent to my followers. Just wanting to help people. I met some cool people at Costco. Especially my baby mama and our crew. It took a minute to get cool with a few girls. We end up cool. I used to speak and they wouldn't say shit to me. I was like, okay, you will love me one day. I was killing myself at Costco lifting cases of water and trying to make good shopping time. I was still making a little bit of nothing. I used to do so much overtime and still wasn't seeing the money really coming in. My body is still injured from the head-on collision. So that's when I put in to be tax exempt. I seen that it actually worked. So I knew I was onto something. I went to the IRS, Googled their manual. I already overstood about the straw man. If I did something wrong they told me before. So obviously I'm doing something right. To the best of my ability. I ended up getting into it with some people at Costco. I threatened to sue them. So they switched me stores. It was okay though. I was making money and still sliding cards with my pimp dude. Don't get it twisted. I never was his hoe. I was his girlfriend. The truth and nothing but the truth. I am a God. 70. The house I was staying at, like so many others, was nasty. I stayed cleaning up and giving them money for bills. A real Cinderella story. A friend told me. He could finally bring his lady friends inside, because it was clean. They end up turning on me. Who I thought was family crossed me and had everyone turn on me. She was sleeping in her car. I got her in the house. She didn't want to clean or pay bills. The one time I didn't clean while everyone else cleaned. She made a big deal. She was very manipulative. Her friend that hung with us. She used to talk about her like a dog. She told me she called the CPS on the girl. To get back at her. Because she was a bad mom. She said her mother already had custody of her other 2 kids. She told me one day she saw old girl. She asked her where she was going. Old girl said to CC. She peeped. Old girl had a pack of Newport shorts and she smoked longs. She knew she was going to see her baby daddy. She said she waited, and saw her walk the opposite way of C. She met up with her baby daddy. The same man, also her cousin. That put old girl's baby, and her in danger. Because I studied law, this snake broad used that. Like I was a snitch. This snake broad had her old number and new number. Old girl was wondering how they got her new number. I tried to tell old girl, but she flipped on me. And also assaulted me and Teddy. This broad told me she would pay TT when she wanted to. I was paying rent and cleaning. She stole my partner's girlfriend's flat irons. Gave them to her bestie she was snaking. TT also abused Teddy. She said, she beat him until he pissed himself. I was attacked by 6 people at once. I asked God to reveal who was for me and who wasn't. I got attacked by demons attached to them. I knew on my birthday when I paid rent. TT went got her nails done and threw it in my face. Mind you, this is supposed to be a Christian woman. Old girl stole my passport. She knew I had a job with Sleep Number. Because I was too smart. Without my passport, I couldn't work. On top of that, my husband was tripping. He called me asking for money. I sent him $800 to get his GMC truck. While he has a house, his so-called wife stole all his shit. I'm sleeping on a loveseat being attacked. Still looking out for his company-dependent ass. I was on the phone with him and he told some of his celebrity friends that I was trying to steal and keep his work. He was calling me bitches and lying on me just to get into the crowd, because he wanted to be a celebrity so badly. Every time he thought his books were going to take off he would flip on me. I didn't bust him out, because I didn't want to mess up what he had. After he got off the phone I went in on him. I told him if he had to lie on me to get their approval or money that was bad business and not all business or money is worth it. He got ghost when I needed him and once again got what he wanted. I figured when he was ready he knew where the truth and nothing but the truth. I am a god. 71. Home was plus I was still building. We were supposed to be Pinky and the brain. He thought he was the brain not knowing I was a combination and would show him. The goal was to take over the world and my plans didn't change. They stole all my stuff at the house and I ended up being kicked out of better places. At least the house was clean. The front porch, at first you could not sit on the front porch. It wasn't junky anymore due to me. Now family and friends could sit together. I saw the difference I made at that nasty house. I end up getting blessed with 2 new phones. Once again staying here and there, looking for stability. I wasn't working, because at the new store the girls ganged up on me like I was some broke bum bitch. I looked better and dressed better than all of them. Instacart ended up firing me and tried to play like I stopped showing up for work. So I sued them. I am still waiting on my money from them too. Once I was learning the system I started suing any and everyone. I was out of control and be humble for what? Go big or go home. Then I realized the people I was around suing them was a waste of time. They were broke bums. Didn't have shit, would never be shit, unless they heal. I had a few clients I helped with credit and they saw results. Both of my clients would never tell me when things would work. We would just move on to the next thing they asked me to do. It wasn't until I would ask them if the things I was doing was working for them. They saw results. I also helped a friend with child support. He was paying for a child that wasn't his. I backed them people up in a corner. They tried to get him to recontract. He went from owing racks to I think it was 98 cents or something like that. They threatened to take his license again unless he paid. He was going to pay it. I was like, why would you do that? I did beat the case for him. He was also the type to go down the rabbit hole. I told him whatever they took in the past, let it be. Protect what you have now. Then once in a better position you go after your past. So I knew I was onto something. My knowledge was becoming much stronger. I ended up in Sacramento staying with this guy. He got mad, because I wouldn't fuck him. That was never the agreement. Plus one day I smelled ass and he asked me this funny question. I was like, this nigga is gay. He collected his rent money and tried to kick me out. I flipped out on him. I told him I would fuck his little ass up in that house for playing me. He said he was like a Tookie Williams. He was jumping up and down talking about how he was a gangster and known in these streets. I was like, shut yo old ass up. He tried to call me fat, but showed me a fake picture of his girlfriend. She was thicker than me, so that would have made her fatter. I wasn't moved, not even a little bit. The truth and nothing but the truth. I am a god. 72. I ended up going back to the Bay. The good thing was I had a job interview. I started working at Lazy Boy in Emeryville. I was staying in the room but was getting help from my clients in my new boo thing. Since I was working, he got me and his daughter an apartment. I never stayed at the apartment. I moved in with him. I was paying rent at his spot, and paying rent at the other spot. He didn't want me to stay with his daughter. He felt she was going to have me around hella men. Come to find out, he had a girlfriend. I made him choose, he chose me. I was working, paying bills, plus cooking and cleaning up behind the whole house. We met these dudes at the store in Hayward. We sold pounds and smoked it too. So when I saw the dudes, robbery pops in my head. I knew not to trust them. My dude said we had weed, networking. So the Mexican cat hits my dude up. We went to a function in the Dubs. We were supposed to meet dude earlier in the day. We got pounds on us. It's Cinco de Mayo. It's late, we go meet the Mexican dude. We met him at McDonald's. He gets in the back seat and I never let anyone sit behind me. Teddy and I heard a familiar sound as we both ducked down. I looked in the back of me and dude had his banger pointed at us. Asking for the weed, because it was with me. My dude asked him if he was going to shoot him. And grabbed the gun. His nigga instincts kicked in. So did mine. Teddy and I ran out of the car. Teddy went one way, I went one way. Teddy and I met up. I can hear cars smashing off. All the Mexicans acted like they could not understand. I walked over to the gas station and got help. I got a ride from this guy going to the same hood. He was going my way. Thank you, Father, once again. I was so glad he gave me a ride. He calmed me down and we made it home. He did hit on me, but I'm not a cheater. My dude, he had my purse. Dude got a little weed. So it was all good. My dude was really shaken up and he was getting mad at me, because I was so calm. He was also mad, because Teddy and I left him. I told him my nigga instinct kicked in. Teddy and I went through some shit. He even knew what was going on, nothing had to be said. As soon as Teddy heard the gun click, he was ducking down. I followed suit, hell yeah, we left. Why would we stay to get shot? Hate to say it, but this nigga was old, he lived his life. That next day he was still butthurt. I'm like, nigga, we are alive, be grateful. I thought about how I got that warning. I heard robbery loud and clear from my ancestor. I showed him where the bullet hit his window. If I stayed in the car I would have been shot in the back of my head, from where the bullet projector was at. He looked at me and said, good thing you got out. Yay, because you or old boy would have to explain my murder. The truth and nothing but the truth, I am a god. 73. I like my man to move like me, and I move mean. It is hard for me to follow a man. I operate in my masculine energy most of my life. I'm used to protecting myself. Also used to hustling. I hung around old school, real gangsters and got gamed up. He also felt entitled to gas money for taking me to work. Even though I was helping pay bills, and doing everything I was doing. I watched him complain, and give everyone else free rides. I gave him 2 racks and that's when I cashed out and got my white girl. My Audi drop top, on the ass. He went out and bought this raggedy drop top Benz. Everyone saw he was trying to be in competition with me, but it wasn't no competition. I knew he was cheating with his ex or trying to. I was manager at Lazy Boy. They did use me as an scapegoat. They were all so mad. Because I wouldn't mistreat my people, and take all of the sales. I used to give sales away to make sure everybody ate. I was tax exempt and there was plenty of money to be made. I looked out for my people. I used to buy them lunch and these are expensive lunches. To the point where they was super spoiled. That's where I met my 2 besties. My Mexican sisters. Ms. R. Which was pimpin' too, but should have been 1. That was my sis for real. They always had my back, and showed me love. Some was jealous of our bond. They both also gave me gifts. That down the line. I used to protect myself as I ascended. It was a smudge kit and a rose quartz crystal ring. A coworker thought I got fired. She didn't know I was actually switching stores to make more money. She made the comment, now that I was gone they could make more money. She forgot I used to give her $5K deals and bigger deals to help feed her bum ass. So, I let it be known. I knew what she was saying. I checked her ass, and let her know. Keep playing with me. I'll come beat your ass. Plus her fat ass ate my food. I told her she needed to pay for my food. She did just that. Like who does that? I trained her and I trained her good. They wanted to fire her, but I fought for her. They wonder why I was so close to my Mexican sisters. They treated me better, plus I always tell people I am Blexican. Even in prison my Latins and etc. showed me love. The manager at the new store was a snake. I watched her work the crew like slaves. She was stealing half, and taking their deals. She stole a deal from me, and didn't help the lady. I did all the work. The people she helped was white. She was Mexican, and thought they were spending big money. It was also a in-home design. I helped the Ethiopian woman. I added on the sale and closed the deal, with great customer service. I also had great reviews online with these companies. I had a few bad ones, but to be honest they were lies. So I didn't care. The truth and nothing but the truth, I am a god. 74. The company was okay with that because they had no integrity. I walked out of that job, because I was going to do her something dirty for playing with me. I did get an offer to move to our bigger store in San Jose, but I declined. I was over it, plus I put myself in a position to move. I had my 2 fur babies to worry about, Teddy and Nino, my bully I cashed out $1,500 for. I applied for my first house. My credit was Caucasian and I had money to spend. I also applied for a job at La Z-Boy where I was going. I made a bad investment listening to my dude's friend and was hit for a nice bit of money. Most of all my money. I was devastated, but I always make a way. By the grace of God. I had enough money to move. I didn't tell anyone until I knew for sure. Also the other reason I was moving. After going to Booker's, my partner was going to rob me. Luckily it was him. I had love and respect. He told me they weren't the only ones plotting to get me. Shit, I was riding around in a $50K car. Not fully what I paid for her though. People used to smell money on me. They really could smell it now. I never fit in anyway. It was time for a better life. Once I put myself in a better position. I was coming back to help my people, who showed me love was the plan. It took me 30 to 90 days to build my business credit. I told my dude I got a house. I'm out. He followed me with his bum ass. I was staying in a nice neighborhood. The house was 1475 square feet. I finally was getting and seeing my hard work pay off. I was tired and overwhelmed. He did the bare minimum and expected more sex. I was exhausted. Cleaning up after him and my kids, plus paying all the bills, and cooking. It was a lot on me. I took a big pay cut. Which was okay. I was once again tax exempt. One day I told him about how my manager stole a $13K deal from me and lied about a lot of stuff to not give me credit on my sale. I said I would put a lien on his ass playing with my money. Instead of having my back. This idiot, as soon as I turned my back to go get out my work clothes. He texted me by accident, this bitch is talking about putting liens on people fucking up their life. Plus she hasn't fucked me in a month, and she don't suck dick. I still gave him a pass. He was scared, I was going to kick him out back to the slums. Nah, I'm so nice I gave him another chance. Nothing changed, and he was gambling instead of helping me. It was time for him to go. True, mostly everything in the house was his, but I would be okay. I packed up everything and even gave his petty ass things he bought for me because he acted like a broad and I knew how to handle a hoe. I moved everything out in the garage by myself. I the truth and nothing but the truth, I am a god. 75. Didn't play. He felt I should pay for his U-Haul. You know what, he was a bitch to me, so I did just that. I wanted his bitch ass out of my house, period. He brought his son to help him move and he was shocked to see everything out in the garage. Everything he asked if I had or asked for, everything was out in the garage. I stayed 10 steps ahead of him. He left his dog, because his sorry ass was trying to abandon that baby before I met him. It was okay, because I had my kids and me. I am truly the definition of I am every woman and man if I had to be. Life is great, a friend that I liked and moved from the Bay out to where we were it finally could come chill with me. He was so excited, which I will tell y'all why later. I started fixing my house up how I wanted. I got my fireplace, a 70-inch TV, and bought my La-Z-Boy. We were living comfortably. Bills paid on time, life is lifing and it's great. My friends started coming over and we just vibed out. We would eat well. I kept a smile on his face. We would get drunk because that was his thing, he really liked to drink. Not even going to lie, I wanted him sexually badly. I got what I wanted. Because he was long dong silver. I couldn't take the D even though I was trying. I'm used to small or medium. One time he fucked me long and dry. I took some water and splashed this coochie. It was hilarious, we kept going. She was wet, I tell you that. He started bringing his son around. I felt I had my little family. His son loved my chicken and my fur babies. He used to be so stressed out dealing with an autistic child. I was willing to help and told him but tried to show him. He used to come over pretty much every day. The sex was magical even though I still couldn't handle that anaconda. He was also teaching me how to talk dirty. As much shit as I talk. I'm shy sexually and didn't talk dirty. He used to have me in a wheelchair, I told him. It was good though, I told him I don't mind rolling. It was worth it. Life for me was about to change, my whole world was about to crumble before my eyes and my faith tested. My mom was sick. It was January 2022. We didn't know how sick my mother was. She was still living in that moldy house I told my sister to get them out of. Chapter 7 Trials and Tribulation. Instead she was busy online trying to solve rappers' murders. My mom was having strokes and didn't know. She called me on my birthday while I was at work. I missed the call. When I called her she said she didn't feel good and wished me another happy birthday. I got a call from my sister telling me mom is really sick. She was having strokes and no one knew. The truth and nothing but the truth, I am a god. 76. My mom was placed in the hospital. They said she had stage 4 cancer. Which I called bullshit. Reason I did, because she stayed going to the hospital. If that was the case. It was some doctors that weren't doing their jobs, and I wanted their heads. While in the hospital they are doing my mom dirty. Feeding her dairy and meat, which dairy alone causes mucus. Disease thrives off mucus. Plus she told me a nurse was being mean to her. The nurses knew she was hungry but would not give her food. She taunted my mother. We wanted her out of that hospital. I knew I could take care of my mom and heal her. I was stable and working hard. That month already sold like 126K in 2 weeks. I was hoping mom would bounce back. My sister told me it's time, so I packed my kids up. We headed to Cali. All gas no brakes baby. Once there I was trying to clean my sister's credit. It should have been done if she listened. We were fighting against time. While in her house I was getting sick, because of the mold. I would get dizzy spells when getting off the couch, and start having confusion, also memory lost. My sister took a picture of some bread that was moldy. It turned black after only one night in that house. The bag was also tied up. That house was toxic. My mom used to turn on the heat and it was circulating throughout the house. My mom couldn't come to that house and they needed to get out. My mom was at my niece's house. I hadn't seen her yet. I was trying to clean up the mess. My baby sister acted like she couldn't. I ordered my mom hella roots and herbs. I was confident I could heal my mother. I've healed myself from things. I know I could bring her back. I went to see my mom. They told me she was delirious because of the medicine. They stated she was seeing demons and angels. I was like fuck all that, let me go see and talk to my mother. After talking to my mother I knew she was having a spiritual battle. She said she saw demons and angels and it's some scary shit. All I knew was we had to heal mom. We changed her diet to alkaline and gave her herbs and roots. We made her different teas. She didn't like my cousin's tea, but loved mine, because I knew how to hook it up. However, my cousin's alkaline food was slamming. I had no problem changing my diet with food she was making. She was cooking with sea moss amongst other things. Another business idea for me. My cousin could cook. I wanted to put her in a position to have her own restaurant or food truck. She wouldn't have to work. Just micromanage and collect the check. I even gave my sister's fur baby some herbs to help with her cough. Which was helping that baby. It was clear they were sick from that moldy house, and I was pissed at my sister. The truth and nothing but the truth. I am a god. 77. All she had to do was get them out of that house, simple. My mom complained, but she was getting better with the help of our cousin. People really didn't help us, nor did I care about their help. I would take care of my mom. I didn't need handouts. Plus people hated my mom. As they did me. After all, the people my mother helped, they were always jealous of my mom and her kids. My mom started to get better. To the point the nurses saw the difference. They asked what we were doing. It was none of their damn business. We were healing my mom through God's medicine, which is herbs, vibrations and frequencies. God told us He will heal nations with herbs, and I'm a believer. I was going to show people I am a healer, and there are many in my family. My mom felt the same way I felt. That my niece's house had bad energy in it. My niece showed my sister and I her room with her altar. That room has the 5-point star, crows on the wall, skulls on her altar. I'm like, nah. I'm good. The room's energy didn't feel right. She claimed it was nothing evil, but I felt otherwise. This broad, like my aunt in Washington State, is playing with stuff they know nothing about. Regardless if it is in our bloodline. My sister smudged the house. I had a smudge kit, but still was not awakened to stuff like that. My sister's dog is going crazy. He was fighting my bully. I end up getting bit. He killed one of my sister's fur babies. Was trying to kill my fur baby and finish off her other fur baby. Things were crazy. I knew we were being spiritually attacked. My sis was on the phone with her husband. He busted her out and said she was talking shit about me. The shock and look on her face told it all. The thing was, for years I knew this. Her and my mom used to think I was jealous of my sister. May I be completely honest? I loved my sister, but she was jealous of me. She always told people I was jealous of her and she took care of me. Was far from the truth. That as a sister she treated me like shit. And had other people follow in her footsteps. We had good times and a bond. It was really me who had a bond with her. She wasn't loyal. We both were breadwinners in my eyes. We brought different things to the table. I brushed it off, because I was there for my mom. Plus my house, car, and money was better than hers. I always get the better of whatever, and she knew it. And had acknowledged it plenty of times. Just like when she met her husband. She thought and stated he was the better dude. He turned out to be horrible. I wouldn't have dealt with the bullshit. Reason he picked her. He knew I wasn't having it. Some men look at me, and say I look like I will fuck someone up. The truth and nothing but the truth. I am a god. 78. We are standing outside. Me and my sister see what looks like a drone. I never saw a drone that had like a cloud around it. My big sister was outside too, but couldn't see what we were seeing. Only me and my baby sister could see this like orb. We can't understand why my big sis cannot see this orb. It's like right here, clear as day. We also seen this huge crow. I never seen a crow so big. My sis and I agreed that crow had to be somebody. My mom is still fighting with demons and angels. My mom told us she saw this white orb and it had a white crystal in the middle of it. My baby sister looked at me and I looked at her. We saw the same thing. How did she see it? My mom said she needed to get up, go to the house in her room and walk around in 3 circles as she prayed that she would be healed. I kept telling my sister we needed to do as she said. It never got done. She was still getting better, but I know when you get a message from the Most High you do it. There are hella crows flying in a circle over my niece's house. This is some movie stuff and I knew it was a spiritual battle going on, but I had no clue what was to come. My money was getting low. I needed to go back to work. To re-up plus, stay current on my bills. My mom ended up getting baptized by a Mormon. Same guy she cussed out at the hospital. My auntie said when my mom was younger, because she was black, the Mormon church turned her away. Now she was being baptized by one. In my eyes she won. After being baptized she stopped seeing demons. She was still seeing angels getting messages. She told us about a woman who was in a black dress. My mom said she asked her if she was there to hurt her. The woman said no. I'm here to help you. Before I left I told my sister not to under any circumstances let them give mom any of that medicine. Continue to feed her herbs and roots. I didn't want to leave, but I had to go. I had to go make some money, because I was the breadwinner taking care of mostly everything that wasn't covered under my mother's insurance. My mom wanted my baby sister to handle all affairs. My sister did everything too late. I couldn't do anything, because it was my mom's wish. My mom didn't want me to leave and I didn't want to leave either. I told her I would be back. My plan was to move my mom in with me. Take care of her. I would work myself to death to save my mom. I left and they killed my mom. My sister let the nurse give my mom medicine. She went from being coherent, eating, talking, laughing, and talking shit, to being incoherent overnight after they gave her that medicine. My sister called me and told me what happened. Not going to lie. I wasn't feeling this dumb bitch anymore. She helped, and let them kill my mom. She was weak and so was her faith. My second youngest sister made it to see my mom. Once my mom saw her last child she left us. I didn't make it back in time. I was so mad I left. I couldn't even really cry. I was that scary. The truth and nothing but the truth. I am a god. 79. Calm. I wanted to hurt my sister. I wanted to show her why I was humble. Instead I held my composure. And paid for everything, because they couldn't, which was fine. It was my mom and I was the most responsible one. I told myself I would put myself in a better position working for myself. It was time to put everything I knew to work. I could spend time with my family. I was at work working on the billing error process. Getting all my stuff together. I was going to quit and take care of my family, and start some businesses. I put in my 2-week notice. My manager asked if I could cover for her. And for Ms. D I stayed a whole month extra. She knew she could depend on me. She told me if I wanted to take a break and come back, my job would be there. She gave me so many lazy boy gifts. I left the company on good terms, so I thought. My sister and her friend came to visit me. Last time my sister was there my house was empty, now it was plushed out. I saw the look on her face and it wasn't happy for me. Her friend didn't want to be in my house. He kept trying to leave when they really just got there. I told my sister that my mom said, get away from her friend, he was no good. I figured out why he couldn't stay or want to be in my house. I smudged my house. I prayed over all entries to my house. I also had salt above all the windows and doorways. I told her that my cousin was going through some stuff, but she was going to be okay. My sister clarified what I was saying. I started crying, and told my sister I was a powerful messenger like Jesus Isis. I was scared and really didn't know what was going on. Why was I getting these messages, or having these thoughts? My sister had tarot cards and I got a download. I needed cards too. Growing up in church I was always attracted to these things, but thought they were evil. So I stayed away from them. I asked my sister if I could play with her cards, and how it worked. She said she didn't know, so instead of messing with her cards, I just read the book on her cards to get a better understanding. She told me my cousin was having visions and messages sent to her too. My sis said my cousin had a vision of a friend. She told the lady the information and everything was on point. Down to what she seen the lady wearing. She wasn't asleep, she was wide awake when she had that vision. I'm like, this is cool, we have superpowers. Like superheroes for God. How dope is that? I ended up buying oracle cards. My dude was coming over, but not as much, because I was focused on my work. He told me some people wanted to work with me. I told him refer them to my channel. I still didn't really mourn over my mother. I was numb. Things felt different, and my world was about to crumble before my eyes. My faith would be tested beyond belief. I noticed some charges on my card that should not be there. The truth and nothing but the truth. I am a god. 80. It's April. I lost my mom March 13, 2022. That's when prophecy started. What was crazy was my granny, who was her mother, passed away the same day, different years. I woke up one day and was mad at the world. I start tearing up my house. I broke my TV in my room. I start to snatch off all the affirmations on my walls in the house. I couldn't understand why I was so angry. I was up for days working hard, but I did this many times. Then it popped into my head that I was being spiritually attacked. I got all my affirmations and put them back on the walls. My father told me I had to help his people. I had to give the information I knew to people for free. I was pissed. I asked him why. When no one really helps me. I knew I was about to be attacked. I wanted no parts in what was about to occur. I am obedient. So I did as my father told me. I started making my YouTube videos. While making my videos, I got a message about a video where I was using strong language. He said he understood, but I should calm down. He also said his mother was watching. I knew actually who it was. Now he could see my vision, and knew who he picked could never compare to me. I wasn't a bum or the things people told him to keep us apart. He was under illusion, but he still had a choice. I told him many times he had people who only cared, and wanted his money. They obviously controlled him, it was very apparent. I was coming in to change his image. Protect what he built, and add on to it. I never was there to take from him. Only to show him his glory, and the faith my father had in him. The blessings if he chose right. The abundance he would receive. I was getting messages that he was excited to have a chance with me. I felt his energy. Plus I was seeing number 23 everywhere. It was a sign, and/or spell that was trying to be put on me. I told my sister I would never talk to his crunchy ass again. Unless my father told me. He continued to use fake profiles trying to get back in and get to know me all over again. I also knew his now wife was mad and on the attack once again. History repeats itself. I showed some people in my family, and my husband my work. I could pinpoint if anyone tried to take my stuff. I told my husband that I was seeing numbers and orbs. I couldn't control it, and it was freaking me out. He told me I was looking through God's eyes. It was no turning back. He had a tattoo that said God's eyes. He understood what I was going through. I reached out to him happily and he was ready to take over the world. I was ready to prove and show my work. He said he was married trying to get a divorce. He also tried to play me like he did in the past. While in Fun Messenger I sent him a black heart. It was an emoji on FB. He asked me if I was a gang member or something. I didn't want to believe it, but my father said cut him off, let me show you why. The truth and nothing but the truth, I am a god. 81. You don't go from a 39-year-old design consultant to be a gang member. I knew he was trying to set me up. If we check our jacket's background, who got what on their jacket? I told him I need the 800 I sent him years ago. Plus can he pay me 200 for the book cover I created for him? This is nothing personal, it's business. He told me he could send it in a few days. Why when we both had Navy Federal? Plus why brag about all this money you have? If you really can't help someone who been helping you. He also threw in my face he was going to Puerto Rico. He showed me these shoes which I thought looked like merman jelly shoes. He bragged they were $1,000. I told him I don't care how much they are. He was wearing merman shoes. I don't like men in Crocs either. He also told me he was going to get land. He was going to build on his land. It would take $700K. I told him I had a plan, but I was doing it different. I was going after my inheritance and would be set for life. He asked for the book cover information. It was a number he needed. I knew he was trying to play me. So I blocked his ass. Rejection. Are you not following in line to allow a person to hurt you? Will make some people lead many to destruction over greed. Many will soon find out. For years I sent him money. I was only asking for help, because I actually needed help. My sister told me about angel numbers. I used to see numbers all the time, but never thought anything of it. I started seeing numbers, they would be flashing. It was crazy and I felt like I was going crazy. I start looking up the messages. I knew my mom was trying to communicate with me. I got a message that someone was stealing my work and it was my husband. I also got a message to quit smoking my cigarettes or I was going to have health issues. I quit cold turkey. I even started changing my diet. I was getting cleansed and didn't know I was about to ascend. My father would say pray and I would go in prayer, but I would be in a trance. I would be gone in another world just praying and crying. I mean snot coming out my nose, spit coming out my mouth. It was going down. It was also scary, because I didn't fully know what was going on. After prayer it felt like something was growing out my back. I would do this many times. I had the urge to go tribal and I started wearing my markings on my face. My eyesight was getting even more blurry. However, now my sight has changed. I start to see colors more in depth, and vibrations. I could already see stuff like that, but it was enhanced. I had these glowing blue lights on my face. I start seeing orbs in my house. I was freaking out, but went with the flow. I already could see shadows of people which most call ghosts. I was fasting, not eating for days, and my powers were being amplified. The truth and nothing but the truth. I am a god. 82. The more pure you are, the closer you are to your ancestors and our Father. Reason: it is good to sustain from food and all negative things. Sustaining from food rejuvenates the cells in your body. It allows you to heal and reverse sickness. The longest I've ever fasted for was 30 days. I used to wake up if I rested around 3 or even 3:33 a.m. My body would be tingling, like I was being tickled. My ears would be ringing. I also would be spiritually attacked around the same hours. I could feel negative energy trying to attach itself to me or bring fear. I continued to do my paperwork, staying up for days and nights. I was determined to get what I needed done. I knew what I read, and all I wanted to do was the lawful right thing. I am smart enough to handle my own affairs, and had faith I could teach other people that were leaders like me. When I started my YouTube channel, I told my baby sister we were about to be spiritually attacked. She needed to tell our sisters to cleanse their energy and keep their faith. We talked about how my big sister felt some type of way. I told her our second youngest sister wasn't really our sister. I was trying to explain that both of our sisters had attachments connected to them. As I said, only me and my baby sister could see that white orb my mom saw. My big sister couldn't see it, and it was clear to me she had too low of a vibe. My baby sister said we shouldn't tell them they weren't gifted, because they would feel some type of way. All they had to do was cleanse and keep their faith. Our bloodline was gifted and powerful. We just had to pick what side we wanted to be on. I knew my side and my faith. I also knew some of our ancestors were let out of purgatory. 3 masculine energies that were very powerful. I broke our family curse. My sister said she had the same feeling. She could feel our ancestors celebrating. She also told me that she was breaking the family curse too. I could hear the jealousy. I also remember when the monk told me someone around me was jealous and I would figure it out, it was her. Then my ancestors told me not to tell her anything else. I had a vision that my niece was in the middle of these ancestors that just got out of purgatory. They had a pyramid around her. She had a purple crystal in the middle of her forehead and was protected. I kept getting these different visions. All of this has me feeling crazy. But I knew what I was seeing and going through. My sister did a reading on me and it was accurate. This was new to me but so cool. My sister, cousin and I were supposed to be the ones to lead us to greatness. We were all ascending at the same time. Like I said, we had to pick a side and they did. They were going against me. I'm far from crazy, even by law competent. I'm looked upon as the age of majority. The truth and nothing but the truth. I am a god. 83. My cards came and my sister kept coming out in reverse. Which meant she was crossing me. Betrayal would come out, then my sister. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. No matter how many times I shuffle the cards, it kept coming out betrayal. Plus I kept seeing synchronizations and I would go read the message. It was clear that she and my family chose the dark side. I had already told my baby sister. If she wasn't strong enough, her powers would be taken away for her protection. I'm still talking to my sister on the phone. She asked me to borrow some money. I told her it was my rent money and I needed my money back. It took her a month to give me my money back. On top she kept asking me how my car was and if I was getting evicted yet. I told her everything was good. My car stopped working out of nowhere. She is still calling me asking me about my car. Like, why is my car so important to you? Also my rental company is starting to be rude to me. I paid my bills on time. I was going back and forth with them. The company said they do not fall under TILA. I sent them some laws saying they did prove me wrong by affirming under oath by signing a affidavit they did not fall under TILA. The Truth in Lending Act of 1968 (TILA) is a legal mandate that requires loan lenders and credit card providers to deliver full transparency on their offerings. It also applies to mortgage brokers and the companies that employ them, as well as to mortgage loan officers employed by depository institutions and other lenders. I also requested documents. They were starting to harass me. Invitation Homes was crooked. I did serve the CEO of the company. I was also being attacked by Discover, Capital One, Cox, NV Energy, I can go on. My mail was also being opened by these companies and returned. They didn't want the smoke, but that is still a crime according to federal law. Then it dawned on me. This bitch is sending me spell work. She was really crossing me. I had old friends calling me trying to set me up. My friend from New York I used to send edibles to. He owed me $1,500, because I sent him an extra order to cover the money he missed due to my vendor's fuck up. That was years ago, because once he got the extra package I heard nothing from him or got my money. Now he wants to send my money. He also wants me to send him more product. On top he kept saying he met me from Tagged. I felt the energy. I knew my phone was tapped, and they were trying to put a case on me. I also felt if you want to try and set me up, let's state facts and the role you played. I was operating with clean hands. My dude was coming over and he saw I was ascending, because I told him what was going on. The truth and nothing but the truth, I am a god. 84. My sister calls me and tells me about a box my Granny K gave my cousin. My grandfather P and mother passed away and my cousin was supposed to give the box to my mother's kids. We were supposed to all be included. I never heard what was in that box. If anyone was going to leave any inheritance, it would be given to me as I was responsible. I would make sure everybody got what they needed if not more. Being I put myself in a better position in life. I still don't know about the house in Fort Worth, Texas a lady called me and asked me about. My dude started giving me funny energy. He told me one day, "You know I'm married, right?" No, I had no clue. If I did I would have never been having unprotected sex. Let alone been with him almost a year. He used to stutter and fast talk when he was lying. On top of he is starting to accuse me of selling drugs. My ex-pimp boyfriend calls me as well. He tried to say I was crazy. I told him what I was going through. I asked him for some money for food. He didn't come through for me and I knew why. He would cut me off if I was about to say something that would incriminate him. I used to tell him back in the day, he was so smart he was stupid. He was doing illegal stuff and would teach his people. That was not really helping your people. Now they were taking penitentiary chances. He was smart enough to go legal. I reminded him, he used my SSN back in the day without me knowing. That's when I was in the hospital. When I found out about the Amex debit card in my name, I had went off on him. He tried to say I let him use it. That was a damn lie. Once again, if y'all trying to set me up, let's be very transparent of what you did. I knew he was trying to cross me. My dude keep asking me if I am buying drugs. I was like, oh no he didn't. I only smoked weed and it wasn't that long ago I was working at Lazy Boy. He knew I wasn't selling or buying drugs. Like I told his alcoholic ass that his ancestors said he needed to cleanse his body, because he had a sickness. He had to cleanse, pray and fast. He was about to ascend if he wanted to. He was, and could have been spiritual and helped me. He was celebrity and money hungry. He picked his side. I told him I wanted a Maserati truck and he went and got one. I was cracking up, because this wasn't the first time a person tried to throw something in my face, thinking I would submit to them or follow them. He always spoke of his $1 million home and the people he made rich, because he found them. We used to laugh and have a good time, but his actions and greed destroyed that. He also had my garage clicker and could come and go. The truth and nothing but the truth, I am a god. 85. He told me everything I was telling him he knew already. I start crying, because I know what side he picked. If I was a drug dealer, why would he be bringing his autistic son around me? That means he is either an unfit parent or a drug dealer himself. It hurt, because one day he whispered in my ear he loved me. I knew he was trying to put a spell on me. Something else that was crazy. Before I really knew he was going to cross me, we were still having unprotected sex. I would start bleeding like a faucet. Pads did nothing to help me. I was bleeding that bad, and it was scary. Then it hit me. My body was rejecting him. Protecting myself from whatever STD he had. It was either a sexually transmitted disease or sexually transmitted demon. Either way I was protected and nothing could attach to me. He hid his toothbrush in my cabinet. I prayed and threw it away. Something was weird and not right about it. He also told me he took a trip to Puerto Rico. His leg wasn't healing from a sore he had. I told him what his ancestors told me to tell him and do. My fur baby started tripping. He was scared of something. Running around the house. Staring in the corner. Around Halloween these feelings of fear ran across me. I didn't want to go outside on the back porch at night, or during the day. My fur babies felt the same way. Something had them scared too. I knew something was outside. Then on Halloween I was sitting on my chaise by the window. I looked out my window and I saw this figure that had skin like Freddy Krueger. It didn't have eyes, it had long arms with sharp nails. It had sharp slimy teeth. It was pressed against my window breathing hard. I felt it wanted to attach to me. It couldn't come in my house, because of the salt, my crystals, and I prayed over my house. I'm not dreaming, I'm not crazy. What the fuck is going on? I was in a real spiritual battle. I had a vision of covens sitting in a room talking about me, and attacking me. I was in a spiritual battle, and some powerful people wanted to take me out. They knew prophecy started and judgment day was coming for mankind. I knew I was in battle and stayed in prayer. My ancestors, spiritual team, archangels, my father would guide me and protect me. I just had to listen. I saged my house and stayed in prayer. Finally whatever demon that was there was now gone. I wanted to stop making YouTube videos, because I knew that was one reason I was getting attacked. My father said keep going and keep your faith in me. I was isolated, which was fine. I'm a loner and love to read. Then my rent got behind, because they cut off all my credit cards. I paid my bills on time. I simply followed what I read and also knew what I was entitled to. My lights get turned off and it's winter. Then on YouTube I made videos of me homeless within a home. Taking people on my journey. The truth and nothing but the truth, I am a god. 86. Plus my manager at La-Z-Boy acted funny towards me after saying I could come back. After practically begging me to stay. I called her one day looking to work. She was so rude and mean to me. Her energy was just disgusting. I was trying to tell her my situation and she brushed me off like I was nothing and never did her favors. I knew something had been said for her to treat me like that. She said they had no position. I went online and applied at a different store and was instantly called to do an interview. The guy the first met that bought my shoes and was helping me somewhat took me to the interview. Everybody was so happy to meet me. They all said they couldn't wait to work with me. They heard so many good things about me through the company. I also ran into my designer from the old store. He was happy to see me. After the interview the manager told me she needed to talk to my old manager. After that I didn't hear anything back. I knew my old manager told her some bullshit. Also an old friend of mine kept calling me asking me if I called up to the job. I am far from stupid. I knew some bullshit was going on. He also had something to do with it. Being suppressed for me to call. They wanted me to feel disappointed so they could cipher my energy. Problem was I didn't sweat it. Instead I knew God had other plans. People knew if I started working back at La-Z-Boy I would make good money and quickly bounce back. People wanted me in poverty so I looked unstable. They were hoping that I went crazy so everything they said about me was true. It didn't turn out how they thought it would be. I miss my store mom. She sent me $100 to get food for me and my fur babies. She looked just like my mom and I appreciate the love she always showed me. I posted my case online and got a message that this person wanted to hug me. I knew important people were watching me. My old manager from La-Z-Boy came to my house and said he knew I needed help. He bought me a portable camping stove and a few other things. I was thankful, but he owed that to me for stealing my $13K sale. His debt was cleared with me. Plus I used to get him a great deal on weed and sell him edibles. He also tried to bring up that he was helping me to his sister, who tried to insinuate that it was some weird prostitution thing going between him and I. He asked me if I was thinking that. As I told him, I don't do that, nor do I look at him in that way. I knew he was trying to get me to incriminate myself. He told me he used to do security in New Marshals. I felt that's who sent him to help me. But with him bringing up prostitution, I knew there was an illegal federal case put on me. I was like, are they all dirty and desperate? Also one day he came to my house and opened his wallet like he was showing me he was broke. Like I even asked him for money. Which I didn't. I only needed my phone charger and knew not to trust my neighbors. The truth and nothing but the truth, I am a god. 87. I was walking and he wasn't answering me anymore. I did need help, but he was mad at me. He was trying to buy weed. I was too busy fighting for my life and integrity. I was walking and I prayed for food. I was walking past this community center. This guy in a wheelchair asked if I would help. I said sure. I instantly went to work and I started to pass out food to the community. He didn't judge me because my tribal marks or jewelry. I told them I was a messenger from God. They prayed for my protection. I never felt judged, I felt I met my people. I got so much love, my light was shining. I had people who saw me and would kiss their hand and sign a cross. Some felt who I was. They were acknowledging it's a higher power and they saw and felt the shift I bring. I met this guy, that was sent to me, my intuition told me, and my ancestors. He tried to make it seem like he took care of me. This idiot also bought me a pair of shoes. He took a picture of them. That was a red flag. He also told me he dealt with some entertainment from the Bay. Is it a coincidence that my ex from the Bay that tried to set me up saying I sell drugs? Also two from the Bay. They dealt with the same people, and same entertainment. I'm far from stupid or paranoid. I cut him off. He tried to act like he was taking me to get groceries one day. I already had food in my house, because of me passing out food. That's how I also met the boss lady who gave me the job down the line. She was part of providing the food through her community partnership. A few people were helping me. My father sent help. Some didn't help me and tried to cause slick problems. I was being game stalked. I knew a few of my neighbors were in on it. Because my snake boyfriend talked to one of the neighbors. After that she got a ring cam. I couldn't walk out my house without it saying I'm now being recorded. As soon as I walked out my front door, I kept speaking my truth and giving it away. They took my school down, trolled me, stole my money from my book sales, hacked my accounts, my phone was tapped and hacked. Planes flying over my house sounding so close they were going to crash. All my email accounts were hacked at once. When I called out the planes flying over my house, all of a sudden it stopped. I was still being harassed though. I was made to look crazy. To feel alone, shunned by my community. I was called a prostitute, drug dealer, gang member. These people went out their way to hurt me and embarrass me. Not knowing I've been telling people my truth. I knew they were trying to do a humiliation ritual on me. Trying to either get me locked up on a fake drug case, or locked in a crazy house. If not that, they felt if I had no support, even felt loved, they could come and kill me. Make it look like the truth and nothing but the truth, I am a god. 88. Suicide. If that didn't work, I surely had to kill myself. They underestimated me, my strength, but most of all my faith. I made sure my kids are, and stayed warm doing the best I can. It was days before I met Pastor. I was hungry, but my fur babies was fed. These people had me in the cold of winter with no electricity. I would tell time by the position of the sun. Which I did end up getting a solar charger to charge my phone. I end up getting illegally evicted. I also put that on my YouTube. The constable wouldn't let me go in the house to get my money or id. He called animal control and back up. 4 black constables pull up. The white constable Mr. M keeps pushing me and grabbing for his gun. I got my tribal marks on. I'm peaceful. I'm standing my ground, but start crying. I told the animal control lady that if she takes my babies, God will get her all of them. She said she didn't want me on the street with my fur babies. I told her my id and money was in the house. I could have got a room. Luckily I had a witness even though he turned out to be a pervert. One of the black constables told me to stop crying and go to the courts. I got names and was walking down the street. Then more constables pulled up deep. They searched my house. I never got any paperwork from Constable M. This is unjust at its finest. Plus how he assaulted me and kept touching his gun. He wanted to kill me. If I didn't have that witness they might have had a chance. What they didn't know was their judgment. I did just that, walked back and forth to the county not getting help. They wouldn't help me or give me paperwork I needed. I was told I have a court date, but couldn't get it. The clerks told me they don't give out paperwork. I'm watching and recording them give other people paperwork. I asked the clerk where I can get the judge's oath of office. The clerk looked shocked, because most don't know this information. I just look like this, I know her job is ministerial and I read enough law. Since they kept blocking me I had to make my way downtown to file. Which I tried, but no help. No one would help or could help me. I couldn't file anything else, because of them blocking me. It was one clerk, Ms. K, who tried to help me. She had tears in her eyes, because she saw what was going on. I told her don't cry, I will be okay. I left and cried, because I felt her pain that she felt for me. I was thankful for her. Finally I turned in some paperwork. I slept in a van at a park one night with my fur babies. I was just glad I had them. Then 2 nights at an associate's house I met from feeding the homeless. While in the van I was texting an old friend. The truth and nothing but the truth, I am a god. 89. He said he was angry this was happening to me. I told him I was homeless before. He said he wished he could help me. I told him I had money and just couldn't get it. I also knew the person that was texting me wasn't really the person that was my friend. It was a person that had me in the love triangle. People were cloning numbers and sure they cloned my phone. He would text as my friend, but I knew who it was and I could feel his energy. So many people were attacking me and I knew it. People can say I am crazy, but I was divinely guided. After 3 days I'm back in the house which I knew they messed up badly. I got a 15-day stay. Many laws were broken and my rights violated. Chapter 8, the end is here. I worked on my paperwork knowing what was to come. I had to get the court cases in. I didn't fully know what I was doing, but I did what I had to do. Put 7 cases into federal court. It would have been 10. I did what I could. March 13, 2023 was the day I put my cases in. Also met this little guy that needed help. I cried putting my cases in. I felt relieved, but I also felt I belonged in a place like this to serve and protect. I am to help bring justice to and for all. I knew my position in the spiritual realm is justice and I was here to bring just that. On a video I told all the people attacking me that they had to kill me publicly, because they knew who I was. I said make sure you tell people you killed me, because I know the game and played it well. Tell people I'm a threat, but make sure you tell them, because I want to help my father's people. I fear no death, if you do get me, and that's a big if. I understand life and will come back even faster. What is to come is going to be. We are in our last days. Judgment is here and these higher ups know. After all my cases were in. I realized my mom and granny died this very same day. I knew I was divinely guided by divine timing. I also knew I had a spiritual army around me that wanted all the smoke. I will make you a believer of my father. I overstayed past my 15 days, then it was time to go. People were mad, because I was still posting and saw I was still in the house. I ended up leaving and went to an associate spot with my kids and my homeless friend. I sold what I could. We stayed at Motel 6. It was so expensive. I spoke to a manager from the rental company and she gave me 30 days to get my stuff. I had to come up with money for a storage truck. Then from there we went to a room we got kicked out of. I knew someone reported us at Motel 6 in this new spot. I just found the job, because I was blackballed. Since they hacked my email. Any job I tried to get I knew they would reach out to do weird shit. The truth and nothing but the truth, I am a god. 90. Nevertheless I prayed and God sent me my spiritual family I am with now. I had a job not making much, but still had a chance to work my way back up again. I had to get rid of my fur babies and that hurt so bad. If they were kids I had born, I would have brought my shadow side upon this earth. My father knew it was a reason for me not to have real kids. We did Airbnbs, then finally a weekly. Everything was okay. I was still healing and focused. His issue with me was sex. He wanted his dick sucked every day and sex. I tried to like him, and love him, but my soul wouldn't allow it. He had attachments, so I constantly prayed over my energy. I would pray for hours and he would interrupt me. I would get mad and tell him my father comes before him. He used to get mad, but he also had signs to correct some stuff. He used to see synchronizations, which I told him I was a messenger from God doing my father's work. If he treated me well, he could sit on the throne next to me. Instead, he started getting physically abusive. Choking me, slapping, punching me. One day I did a pop-up to check the mail. They had an open house. I went inside the house and people were walking around. I looked in the garage and my stuff was in there, but I could tell someone went through my stuff. My boss asked the guy if I could get some stuff. I told her I was going to do it the way I agreed. We left. I was pissed, but what can I do? I came up with the money for a truck and to get my stuff. I left work and went to move my things. These people stole all my stuff. I was so mad. I cried, because how can this happen? These people were attacking me from every angle. On top of that, they stole my portrait. No random person steals a random person's picture. I knew people were doing spell work on me. I also knew that my ex had my garage clicker, so he had access. Plus he spoke to the neighbor directly across the street from me. That was recording me. If she doesn't have video of my house being robbed, it was because she was paid not to. I did a police report and didn't get half the stuff they stole. While there, my so-called friend was texting me and said I was acting ungodlike. It's no coincidence I'm posting about them stealing my stuff. Then my guy friend wants to call me. I knew people were watching me. I knew they were trying to test me and cipher my energy. I did go in on him, because I'm not stupid. I calmed down and put all I wanted to take in storage. I couldn't cry about spilled milk or control what had been done. What I could do was replace everything once again. I have done this many of times. People always taking my stuff, or taking credit for my work. All I know is that higher ups see all that is going on. For nothing to be getting done with these people attacking me. The one reason I the truth and nothing but the truth I am a god. 91. Could think of. Was they were secretly protecting me, and watching me. Plus knowing I was divinely protected. They should be building my case to take down the corruption. It was a lot I exposed with proof and law to back me up. The higher ups say they want us to be law-abiding citizens. That means they are held accountable too. I built my own case and solved it. They have one job: to confirm my truth, gather more evidence and get me my justice. What is owed to me that I worked many years for honestly. I know some cases take time to build, and this case is very weird. Not to mention all the corruption, and how the system should be embarrassed as a whole. Too many companies and agencies had an opportunity to do the right thing. Instead of being leaders, we have followers that can't think for themselves. We only need people who are competent, real leaders in these positions. They must be able to make difficult calls. This is nothing personal, this is business. I believe if you take an oath with my father and break it, you must be held accountable. I don't mean with a slap on the wrist, or easy way out. You made that oath to protect law enforcement and serve public servants, you serve us, and as a whole you have failed. When I did my police report, I did reach out to the rental company and told them what happened. I told the lady I would include her in the police report and documents I was putting and did in federal court. You can look up my cases online. By law I knew I could put a lien on that house, because money was owed. I could once again show them what I was made of. However, I want the justice system to do their job honestly, and what was taken and is rightfully mine, give it back to me. Nothing more, nothing less. No in between. To make things right with my father, and pay debts. As once again I'm only a vessel my father uses. Many hurt him when he was trying to bless a lot of these same people and give them the abundance he felt they deserve. Instead they felt and wanted to take from my father, and praise man. A lot of people know spiritual law supersedes physical law. My lesson, dude, and I have good times. He is also revealing who he truly is. We keep getting into physical and verbal altercations. He was so jealous he didn't want me talking to anybody. However, I used to talk to everybody. I was only networking my channel on YouTube. People were so amazed by my tribal markings. People used to take pictures with me. I was always talking to people, telling them my story, and how my father blessed me. Regardless of what I've been through, I never looked like what I've been through. I met these white ladies that said they knew me. I was like, nope, never seen you. Then she explained she was from Wyoming, I think it was. She saw me on YouTube, but I had markings on. The truth and nothing but the truth, I am a god. 92. That day I only had my jewelry on, no markings, but she still recognized me. Although in under a year I met all requirements to monetize my channel. YouTube said I was controversial, so they wouldn't monetize my station. Which was okay, because my father was providing for me. I never charged for the information. This is information you can Google, but I put the information together where people can enter and overstand on top of how to find the information to back up the claim. I simply showed black and white. I knew people wanted to take credit for my work and was still trolling, gang stalking, doing all that weird stuff. I made it clear I did not create this system. However, my work was my work and I had plenty of paperwork throughout the years to prove I tried many things. My dude used to get upset when I was making videos. It was like he was hating. I told him to start his own channel. He wanted me to post him all on my social media. He wasn't even supporting me or my channel. We got into it. I called him a clout chaser. I had work to do and no one would stop that. I did post him on my FB and my ex-husband liked his picture. Problem was I had blocked all his profiles on my FB. He felt I was still talking to my ex-husband. Like I told him, my ex watched as I was being attacked. He didn't help me, so why would I talk to his bum ass? He lied on me due to rejection. Not just that, he went around lying, gathering up the troops on a straight illusion. I didn't even respect my ex-husband. Plus that was creepy of him liking his picture. I also noticed a bunch of other people from my page I blocked and no longer would ever talk to. Also there were so many celebrities on my page. I don't mess with these creepy fake leaders that people idolize. I removed all friends, family, ex-co-workers from LAZ Boy. Anyone who was connected to family from my page. These people crossed me and it was no coming back. The damage was worth more than an apology. I knew many people were watching me. Many people came up against me. When I was making videos crying, expressing my hurt and pain. People didn't help me, and it's okay, because I am used to a lack of support. I always make a way, that's what I have told many. I forgave myself for dealing with people I knew weren't for me. I was only trying to bring healing and show them real love. I was their blessing from my father and they threw it away. I forgive people, but I will never forget. A lot of people, because they can and could not think for themselves. Lies and greed allowed people to attack me when I didn't deserve it. I would have never thought to do people like they did me. I was not perfect but pure and authentic to many. The truth and nothing but the truth, I am a god. 93. I was a lawful woman here to help change the vibration of the world. I knew my purpose and was walking in it. That put fear in many people, because they knew my light would outshine their darkness. I hate to toot my own horn, but let's be very clear. I followed the chain of commandment. I reached out to the companies. I reached out to their regulatory. I reached out to the courts, news people, attorneys, feds, etc. So much corruption was going on. These people thought they were above law, but furthermore above my father. I am his vessel and it's time for judgment. Yes, little me has exposed a lot of corruption. I will take full accountability for destroying the system. They are operating out of bankruptcy. I do not know everything. However, I knew enough and did enough to know I didn't do anything wrong. I never went against the grain unless being looked upon as being poor and agreeing to being poor. Then breaking the contract. Then you can say I went against the grain. I did not agree to be poor all my life or incompetent. I don't need people to think for me or handle my affairs. What I do need is the same information these certain people keep for themselves to not make us all equal. If I have the information and the procedure, Now I have options to live and do better. Instead of finding information and just going for what I know. There is no reason we the people as a whole, a unit shouldn't be able to learn the system and live better. As I said, there will always be crumb snatchers. People who will take, lie, steal and kill to get what they want or feel they deserve. Only thing that would change is the vibration, because now more people have an opportunity to thrive. However much time and energy you put out, that's what you will get back. Your abundance depends on how you treat people and how much work you put in. A lot of truth has been hidden and more to come. You will either wake up or stay asleep. School systems need to be changed. Law, the system as a whole is mandatory. Reason this is everyday living. If you do not know how to properly operate in the system, how do you thrive? Especially when resources are hidden as well. Laws would change. Most of these people in these positions took an oath of honor. In all oaths my father is in it. The fact they sit in these positions and do not do their job is unacceptable. You went against the contract to help our father's people, and because of greed, lustful ways, being power hungry. You hurt and crossed our father. Our father had enough trust in you as a leader and you picked your dark side. You will be punished for the pain you caused my father's people. Anyone who sits or sat in these positions. The truth and nothing but the truth, I am a God. 94. Punishment will be harsher. You will simply be made examples of because you are supposed to be examples. People were supposed to be able to look upon you with trust and love. If you say protect and serve, you know that is my father's people. You hold people accountable for being hungry and stealing food. My father provides us with food. Reason he gave us trees, plants, bushes, etc. Food is energy and has been sold and poisoned. You will never create or fully understand life to be your own creator of your own species. Your race is actually very slow. You are so far behind on technology, even the technology they hide. You are destroying the planet at a rapid frequency. Now it's time to correct, or we have to reset and start again. Mankind will go on, but be spiritually more advanced, which leads to higher vibrations and inner overstanding. Therefore technology is better and you truly understand life, so now you can create it too. These scrolls, hieroglyphics, came from one source. Everybody gets their information from one source. Many prophets have walked this plane. How do you expect them to communicate? Jesus was a messenger, a prophet, a vessel that can be used to transmit energy, to give the word. Religion causes separation. We are spiritual because the understanding of the universe is an oyster. I simply had a poor mindset somewhat once upon a time. The fact of the matter is, I learned the system to operate properly. If certain people didn't want to eat off our backs, because of the ignorance they created intentionally. Why was this information not taught in school to teach those who could lead one day? We are all looked upon as equal. I knew with balance also comes destruction. It must always be a balance, and that is darkness and light. I also know people were and are trying to play victim even though they victimized me. I am far from a victim. I was living life not hurting or bothering anyone. These people brought drama to me. They counted me out, because I was a loner. Not knowing it's by choice, but I get so much love when I am social. Because of me being so nice and humble fooled many people. They took me for being weak, and that was all of my father's plan. I was the setup. I was strong enough to literally go against a whole army physically by myself. I was never alone though, because I had a spiritual army behind me the whole time. I continue to walk in my purpose and show love and receive love from many. The truth and nothing but the truth, I am a God. 95. The abuse between me and my dude was getting worse by the day. He also threatened my job to burn it down. He got mad, because I told my boss. He was getting out of control, plus it's a school next to us. I wanted out of this situation. I tried to work it out. When I slept with him he was getting crazy and crazier by the minute. Then he started messing up our rent money. He also wanted to drive an Uber, so I supported him for 3 months. He wasn't doing what he should have been. I paid for his business license. Don't get me wrong, he did pay bills and for a minute by himself. But I was asking my boss for money and had to work so many extra days for months trying to support us. Boss lady showed me so much love. I am forever loyal to her. She is truly God sent. Him messing up was good, because that was about to be my out. I did find a place we could stay since he couldn't do it or afford it. He instantly messed up, so it was over. I told him he couldn't stay, because this is still a place of business. I got in his ass and set boundaries. I was still cooking him food, but he wanted me to sleep in the car with him. I said hell no. Why sleep in a car, when he could have been in a bed, in a house? It may not be ideal, but it was supposed to be temporary. He was out whoring around anyway. He used to go through my phone and laptop, erasing my evidence. I don't believe in going through my man's phone. First time I went on his phone, I found hella porn, messages from P-tutors working girls. Being the narcissist he tried to gaslight me and make me feel like I didn't see what I saw. Never accepted responsibilities for his actions. Only tried to judge me. He got mad, because I would not sleep in the car with him one day. Before he hit me, he got into a car accident. He ends up losing the car, because of another car accident. For Xmas I bought him gifts. One day he pops up, because I'm so busy and tired not answering calls. Just busting my ass. He tells me he has a job. He wants me to move out and we stay in Airbnbs. I told him that makes no sense. I am saving money there and he could and should be saving money. Plus I was giving him money too. He tried to convince me he changed and loved me. I asked for my storage key back. I needed to get some stuff. I asked for my food stamp card too. I turned around and he spit in my face and punched me. I was shocked. Then I ran in the house to get a knife. I had to remember where I was, and how much I had to lose. He basically ran off and said if I called the police he would kill me. I didn't call the police, not out of fear he would hurt me. I knew he had issues he needed to heal from. Plus he too has cried to me. Just like my ex-husband, ex-boyfriend that tried to set me up. I put it in my father's hands. He reached out to me a few times. I blocked him so he could get what was coming to him. The truth and nothing but the truth. I am a god. 96. If you hurt me, once I walk away from you, a person no longer has my protection. Judgment is called. It's time to heal. Be held accountable for all you have done in life. I'm either karma or a blessing, you pick. I am working and stacking my money. I finally have money where I can buy clothes. I was sick of wearing the same clothes, especially those funky ass tights. I'm learning things and moving up in the company. On Wednesdays I pass out food to the community. I went from walking to riding the bus, now getting rides and Lyft. Next for me is to get another automobile. I moved out of my client's and boss lady's house. She has a few houses, we give clients security and shelter. I'm telling you, she is God sent. I moved to a gated community to heal myself more and my god sister. She drives me crazy sometimes, but she needs healing like we all do. I'm grateful for her. Plus I said in past videos I would live in a gated community. Another goal met is every other goal I set. I wrote this book to let people know who I am. When it's time for me to take my place, can't anyone dig up dirt on me to disturb my purpose? That's what people do. Dig up your past, rather you change or not, to use against you. I and many are not my past, I have grown. Do not judge, you maybe miss your blessing to help each other. I am very pure and honest. After I ascended, it's no turning back. I know what I know and I stand on truth. I will heal and make many understand my Father is real. We reincarnate many times, this world is more majestic than you know. My number is 933 and 91. I will not dumb down who I am. I walk in my truth and many that hurt me may not like it. They need to enter and overstand. Our Father will never take our free will. People had choices and made them. I can and will not save anyone. You must now save yourself. I was good to who hurt me. Everything I did was for my people and community. These same people hurt me. I cannot change the past. If I hurt these people in any way, I apologize. To hurt me like they did was overkill, and it's about money. I was going to give my people and my community for the rest of your life cycles and so on until you correct your wrongs. You and anyone attached to you will be in poverty. People in these higher places will be at the lowest of the low, as your actions have caused shame to your bloodline above and below. You will and only can break family curses. After you accept your consequences and pay your debt to my Father. I was never the problem, or fault. You will lose what you took or have worked hard for. The lessons you should learn is, it may have taken many years to build, can be changed overnight, due to your actions and choices. A person shouldn't be able to come to you, telling you anything about the next person that has you wanting to hurt that person or destroy their lives. The truth and nothing but the truth. I am a God. 97. Reason I don't believe in the death penalty. That is murder according to the Bible. That these people want us to go by. Says do not murder. That's what it exactly means, do not murder. This race didn't create man. You have no right or authority to call judgment on man, woman or child. A person is supposed to reflect on life's situation. Reason they reincarnate here many life cycles. What about the people who were falsely accused? Money doesn't correct that mistake. People can lead you to destruction intentionally knowing the truth from simple false words. Reason you should think for yourself and not let others think for you can destroy what you build. My foundation is solid and my structure has not been solid throughout life. However, you can always rebuild your structure with the lessons you learned and blessings. Create a stronger structure. Your foundation should be strong enough to stand the rest of time. These people not only destroyed their structure with the help of others, they destroyed their foundation. I am a vessel for my Father and He obviously uses me as He will. My protection is unmatched by man's deception. As long as I continue to walk in my purpose, no man can stop what my Father has for His people, good or bad. I know people are trying to figure out where I come from and who I am, because most don't make it through what I did. I also know I scare a lot of people, because the truth is undeniable. I am the truth and proof my Father has come to collect. You haven't seen anything yet. I told people 2024 was going to be a doozy and people would see things they never seen before. The beginning of 2024 was crazy. There is more to come. As I said, the poor will rise, and the rich and wealthy will fall. I have many more stories from my past. I hold no shame and more memories to create. I am and will be a great leader, so get prepared. We have an inner standing, there is no in between. Play the game, pick your position and do your best. As a living being I have learned many lessons. If you have faith in our Father you can do anything and receive anything your heart desires. He will protect you and give the abundance that you deserve, if you treat others right and walk in your purpose. The moral of the story is, if I can get through everything that I have been through, so can all of you. Your past doesn't dictate your future. I know people are still trying to test and check my temperature. A few weeks back every day someone was trying to get the code to my email. I also about a month ago got a letter from Amazon with no return address from Oakland, California. They sent it to my place of business, thinking it was my home address. I of course screenshot for more evidence. I have been getting harassed since 2022, and here it is 2024. Although I'm still locked out my credit. Also not allowed to operate using my credit. My life is getting better. Still even not sure what's going on with my identity, being it was stolen. I the truth and nothing but the truth. I am a God. 98. Don't care what my ex-family, or friends are doing. I'm too busy rebuilding my life and helping my community. I will continue to look forward and do as I said I would. Take my rightful place and bring balance. Hopefully after reading my truth, people will get my strength. In order to do so, you must have faith in my Father and self. All things are possible if you manifest through the energy you put out, with the seeds you sow. I am here to serve my Father's people, but also bring destruction to an unjust system. I met a real gangster before, a real mafia guy. He told me real gangsters wear business suits. They are real businessmen or women. I took that lesson with me in life. I also knew what would one day make me a great leader. I am relatable, because I have walked many life paths. In my eyes we are all equal. I'm knowledgeable as you see. I give up free info aka game. That also shows I'm honest and trustworthy. I really want change, so the whole school system must be changed. The system and how we operate would be mandatory in the school system. I would never lead my people astray. I have shown you all by action. I have shown and told you my journey. I take you to my resources, which is government sites and law. Furthermore, I fought a whole damn army by myself physically and made it. All while my father, ancestors, all that protect me was right there helping. The truth and nothing but the truth. I am a god. 99. This book is dedicated to my father, my spiritual team, archangels, all messengers that have walked this plane. My ancestors above and below that continue to guide me. Who protect me as well, teach me the lessons I needed to learn. My mother who born me. I'm Rosie's child. The truth and nothing but the truth. I am a god. 100. This is my truth. A journey through my life's lessons. Life hasn't been easy. I just make it look easy. I'm here to heal. My father's will be done. I am balance, I am judgment, I am the calm before the storm, I am truth. I am pure, let my strength be my tribes. It's time to do better, because we will know better.